Ba 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 ba. There we go. God bless America. Hello, crazy. Thank you for telling me. Oh, dude, this is why. This is the big streamer difference. I'm not a big streamer, but man, oh man, is this the difference of just like having an audience, having people in chat to tell you things? Oh my god, it's so useful. I would have gone on for minutes without realizing that. When I'm recording when I'm like recording Fantasy High, I check like 4 or 5 times to make sure that I'm not muted. I'll do like a whole test recording for like 5 minutes before I even like start the real recording because I'm so paranoid about it. It happens way too often on actual stream for me to not worry about it. But what's up? Hello. I was just saying, whatever you think that stain is, it probably isn't. According to our veterinarian, some dogs just like the way that like that sort of material like feels on their tongue. So she just likes licking that material, and it just really shows up for some reason. So it is saliva. Oh, that wasn't just me. It was not. You fixed it in perfect timing to when I hit refresh, so I thought it was. I'm just in it. I'm just quick like that. I knew immediately what was wrong because it was that we were using the lav mic. These guys for Split Fiction, which was great, by the way. Split Fiction, good game, I'll say. So far, at least. Good game. I don't think the video is doing very well. At least the last time I checked, it wasn't. Oh, okay. Okay. It's actually doing a little bit better. For the first like day, it literally had like a 0 click-through rate. It's actually going up a little bit. Good for it. It was fun. Split Fiction was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Paige felt bad that day, and then I felt bad yesterday. So it's just a classic, a classically good time. You have some news for me? You have a direct competitor I got recommended a live stream that was reacting to C1. Oh my goodness. Do you know who it was? Wait, I want to look it up. I want to know what the competition is doing. And, I mean, if we're being real, if I fuck with them, like if they seem cool, that's a potential collaborator. Because no one does this sort of thing, you know, except for, what's his name? There's one guy. There's like one guy that's doing Viewmaster. Yes, okay. I am actually aware of Viewmaster. I am aware of Viewmaster Reacts. They're on Ep 6 though. Is he doing C1 now? Cause for a while he was on C2. Oh, that's his intro. Yeah, C2. Did he start C1? I am aware of Viewmaster. He finished C2. I see. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. How do I put it? Viewmaster. I feel relatively. I don't like to like shit talk people on stream, like especially other creators that I might want to work with someday. But Viewmaster like paywalls some of his reactions, like parts of it. I think the last time I checked, at least, maybe he's changed this, but the last time I checked, he split each episode into 3 parts, with the first 2 being free and then the third one being paywalled, which is explicitly against Critical Role's fan content policy. So unless he has changed that practice and acknowledged it as bad, I probably don't fuck with them. Damn. I was hoping it was someone else cool. I was hoping it was someone else who's like, following the rules. But what are you gonna do? C2 to C1 would be an interesting transition. It would be. I can't imagine seeing C1 where it is now. and I can only imagine how much of like a quality jump there is from 1 to 2. I can just the thought of going back to like episode 1 from where we are now seems crazy. It seems like it would be so different, and like it's just like, I feel bad about saying this, but like worse quality. But like, I don't blame them for that. They were still figuring shit out, but it's like the audio in those first like 10 episodes is tough. And like going back and seeing, Orion and Sam before they were like really used to the whole thing, and before they'd like added some more nuance to the characters, it would be wild to go back and like watch the Underdark now. Again, even just with where I'm at. It would be wild. I can't. I've always thought about something, which this is something I think someone in the Discord mentioned, like, reaching out to CR's legal team, because I've expressed before that like I try to follow the fan content policy to the letter, but I'm not always sure, so I err on the side of caution. And someone in the Discord mentioned like, oh, you could always like reach out to the CR legal team. Maybe they would respond, maybe they won't. Who knows? And the one thing that I did consider reaching out to them for is I have always had this idea in the back of my mind of like reworking the Underdark and like basically like publishing my own like little mini module of like a reworked Underdark based on the Critical Role Underdark. But that's something that I'd have to reread the fan content policy again to see if it even like even has a possibility of working, and that's something I might reach out to the legal team for. But because there is like a lot of interesting stuff in the Underdark. It's just a tough watch. I'm glad I started with it. I'm so glad that I started like on episode 1 as a person that was like committing to it. You know what I'm saying? If you're just someone that's like watching it for light entertainment, I think that starting at Briarwood makes more sense. Like if I was recommending someone, like one of my friends who had never seen CR, if I was recommending CR to them, I would tell them to start at Briarwood. Start at the Briarwood arc. Like just give them like straight up just tell them like watch the first season of Legend of Vox Machina and then start Critical Role, because that's gonna get you a lot of the plot. Because the only kind of downside of starting at Briarwoods is that you're kind of hopping into the middle of the plot. Although I guess you're doing that in the Underdark too, so you kind of just need someone to explain the context. But if you have someone there, like if you're in chat and you're recommending it to a friend, you're there to explain what happened before the Briarwood arc. And I think if they have that, I think I would recommend starting it there if I was recommending it. I know people who started with C2 back when it was live having an interesting transition to C1. Yeah, the audio was not the worst thing about early C. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, there's the film, there's Orion. Yeah. I was thinking about what the worst way to watch CR would be. Ooh, I love that. I love thinking about. I don't do it enough anymore. I used to do it a lot more, and I thought it was very interesting thought exercises of like, if people are arguing about like the best way to do something, thinking about the absolute worst way to do it can sometimes give you some interesting insights. But what is it? Start with C3 EP1, C2 EP1, C1 EP, C3. I do think that is the most cursed way to watch it, Confused Strawberry. Not having seen C3 or C2, that does seem like the absolute worst way to watch it. Oh my god. But also, I will say, I mentioned, I think it was on last stream, of like, oh, I might switch up the content after, or the format after C1. Maybe I'll watch C2 and C3 simultaneously. I had that thought for a long while before C3 ended. And that thought was in service of like trying to catch up to live. I have not seriously considered doing that in a while. It's just like where my brain goes when I think about switching up the Critical Eyes format. But I will say, I have no idea what's gonna happen after C1. I'll just put it out there. I'll be frank. The only thing that I have, like, I would say hard in the books is trying to figure out how I can do something with Legend of Vox Machina, the Amazon show. Now, speaking of potential legal issues, I have no idea what I will need to do that, what kind of format would even make sense for it. So I am still waiting until I'm probably not even going to like really start testing formats for Lovum until we're in like the last 10 episodes of C1. Like several weeks of the campaign left. But, very much at the end. So, like, I'm not even really thinking too hard about Lovum. And I'm really not thinking too hard about C2 or C3. Mostly because, and I'll be very, like, transparent. Whatever Critical Role does, I would like to, if I can, figure out some content that approaches being live with them, because it would be a very good business decision. Like, being current with whatever CR is currently producing is going to bring in so many more people. So I am waiting to decide what to do with C3 and C2 until I hear what Critical Role is doing next. Whether it's C4, whether it's like a series of Exandria Unlimited, whether it's Daggerheart stuff. Is it connected to the lore in any way? Because if they start, like, say they completely abandon Exandria, right? Say they totally abandon Exandria, they do Daggerheart, and they just like say, maybe we'll do Exandria Unlimited occasionally, but we're gonna have a brand new setting for Daggerheart. I'm gonna be starting that day one, and probably just alternating between that and like C2, and just like I'll progress through C2 and C3 normally. Now, if they're doing like some Exandria Unlimited stuff, or if they do just like a normal C4 and it's still in Exandria, I'll have to weigh out how exactly to progress through that. I don't know yet. But I'm trying not to obsess over it too much, because it is so, like, whatever I do is so dependent on what they decide to do, because one of my top priorities is trying to work something that is like live, or current with them in. Because that's one of my top priorities, it's so dependent on what their next current thing is. And everything with C2 and C3 will sort of be dependent upon that. So I will not have any new ideas or new thoughts, at least until Critical Role announces that stuff, and probably not realistically anything major until C1 is ended. Although, even that I would take with a grain of salt. Who knows? But yeah, I just kind of wanted to put that out there. Because I know someone even mentioned that like there's like a debate on what order I'll like watch things in within the spoilers chat in Discord, which I don't check. Which is fine, discuss things to your heart's content. But I currently don't feel like the person that will actually make the decision, I don't feel like I have nearly enough information about CR's next steps and next plans to even begin forming my own plan. So take all of the discussion and, any internal debates. Keep in mind that whatever CR announces is going to shape like 80% of the decision. So don't get too hung up on it. Don't die on any hills. Yeah. Would it be for profit? If not, then I can't see a problem with it, but I'm also not a lawyer. The Viewmaster thing? I think this is from a while ago. I mean, the Viewmaster stuff, yeah. From my understanding, he like puts it behind, when I say like a paywall, I think from my understanding, he puts it behind like a YouTube members only thing, or something similar. So that would be for profit, yeah. You are jumping in the middle of an arc with the Underdark, but since the Briarwoods is so heavy in Percy, it might make him seem like more of a main character over the others. I can see that. I mean, it kind of almost makes him seem like that regardless. I think it could be interesting to start in Vasselheim, because then it gives you some intro to the characters, but you just tell the person like, hey, don't invest too much in any of the plot stuff. This is just a character introduction. That could be kind of interesting. Especially if they already know some of those other people. Like, if they already know who, like, Will Wheaton is, that could be, like, an interesting way to get them in. Yeah. Just make sure to run ideas past your community, even if only a few trusted members. There are combos that do not work, and you explicitly don't have enough meta knowledge to know that. No, yeah, I will. I run pretty much all of my ideas past, especially, it's like almost always Eden. And then anything major, I have run past Mike, who, like, not to say that like a community member like can't pitch into the same degree, but Mike understands the like creator and like business priorities more intuitively. I know that members of my community can absolutely understand where I'm coming from, in terms of like the business priorities. But Mike understands it a lot more viscerally. And he knows like all of the combos and like everything I've also discussed with John as well. So, but that to even more of that degree, there just haven't been that many discussions because I'm waiting so much, The spoiled landmine is so big potentially. It is. Yeah. It is, and I have to weigh that. I have to weigh I've gotten significant and repeated advice from a variety of sources that I should have just been watching C3. That I should have just paused C1 and like gone to the end of C3 and just like experienced it, regardless of the plot. Because it would have been such a better business decision, but I could not fucking handle that artistically. Could not have even imagined doing that. But they are right from a business perspective. So when it comes to C4 or the equivalent of C4, I'm going to have to weigh the spoilers against the opportunity. So we'll see. Come to think of it, you usually find other types of critter in trails. Oh wait, this I missed that. This conversation reminds me of when I met a critter on a hiking trail. Back when I was thinking that C2 over C1 was controversial, and we were both kind of hitting on C and run and relentlessly gushing over C2. Lol. Mike counts as being a part of your community. He does. I feel bad. I feel bad because like I do watch Mike content, but I can't watch like one of his main series. You know, with CRD. I'm excited for when we get to for when I finish C1. There's like a big part of me that is excited to be able to watch CRD. Because it's you know, it's the spoilers are not prevalent. Is what I've been told, but they are there, and so I haven't been able to. I'm very excited to be able to watch more of Mike's stuff. Then a year or so later, I watched the first season show and then binged the entire campaign. I get that. I'm definitely especially when it comes to TV. I will often try something and then not really fuck with it and then come back like a year or two later and binge the shit out of it. I just don't want to volunteer any specific member of the community, but Mike makes perfect sense if he's willing / has time, of course. Yeah, which that is always a somewhat of an issue. He's a busy guy. But like I said, thankfully, I'm not thinking about it too hard at the moment. Now you're good. Better this. I mean, better, yeah. Better this from a like artistic and like just like when I say artistic, I mean like quality, I guess, point of view, and enjoyment. Like I enjoy this so much more than like the alternative. But man, oh man, am I there's a smaller pie of people that want to rewatch C1 than want to watch someone watch C3. You know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of us are hopeful and looks like it will be a good long break between / if we get a C4. Yeah. Which, I mean, big long break. Perfect for me. It gives me plenty of time to make up ground. So, yeah. All of that said, I'm not... the main purpose of this is saying, like, I'm not thinking about it too hard because I know that I will get informed when anything huge gets announced for Critical Role for like, you know, C4, the equivalent of. And I will make all my decisions then. And it's not too productive for me to try and plan it out in too much more detail because I know that they'll announce it well before they start it, so I'll have time to make any plans that I need to. I still think there will be a huge time jump between C3 and C4, but that's based on a gut feeling. If I'm right, it might be a safe time for Mega to go live. That's a theory. Is that none of us know how many spoilers you might have until the ep is released? Yeah. Well, and I would try to watch it even live. I would try to watch, like, the idea of, like, being live and being current would be that ideally I'm watching it at literally simultaneously. But we'll see if that happens. Yeah. It'll all just depend on what it looks like. Yeah. I think you'll get a jump with C2. Probably. But it's a bigger difference. Yeah. Live chat with Mega would be so much fun. I know. Wouldn't rebroadcasting it live be problematic with copyright? From my understanding, no. Well, it would be it would fall into the same areas that that current Critical Eyes falls into. So depends on, you know, the transformative factor. That I would still, to be clear, when I talk about watching it live, I would still pause it. So actually, ooh. I actually hadn't thought about that because they only do it on Twitch, right? I'm so much of a YouTube cuck that in my head I was like, oh, well, yeah, like I'll start it live and then I'll be like, you know, pausing and playing it. They broadcast it on YouTube? Okay. It's there. Yeah. No, they broadcast on YouTube. Okay. I will also say depending on the time. It would depend on the time as well. Because I would want to not change the format at all. So like as long as I'm sticking with my current format, I believe that there's no legal issues. I believe I'm following their policy. But I also, if this is not emblematic of how truly little I've thought about it, because I'm not trying to plan ahead too much, really. But I did not even think about the time zone issues. And potentially like when I would want to go live versus like when they're going live. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, like I repeated, I have not thought about it too much. And I will continue to not do it too much, to not think about it too much. Let's derail the convo. The VOD goes down right when the live stops, so if you're behind it won't let you catch up, because getting the VOD early is behind their paywall. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I'll have a much more like cohesive plan and thoughts when we're actually like within striking distance of doing anything, which we are months and months away right now. Takeaway from last ep. I think this is something that I wanted to say because I don't do. Oh no, that's the wrong screen. I thought this might be the right screen, but it doesn't look right. What the fuck? Oh, why does it think that this is World Anvil Heroes? No, it's not. Oh, window title must match. There we go. Okay, there we go. It was messing with World Anvil. Or World Anvil was getting messed with. Let's see. Let me take it. Oh, I don't want it to be World Anvil Heroes though. I want it to be World Anvil Campaign. 1 second. I gotta edit the property on this. We want it to be World Anvil Firefox. There we go. Hooray! It's there. It's there, and we like it. No, I don't normally have a takeaway, or at least a big one on on episode like 0.5s on Sundays. But one thing that I was thinking about with this, and this is something to, I think this is like good general advice to kind of wrap your mind around as a DM, is like find what works for you. Because I mentioned last episode, like right at the beginning, I was like, maybe Matt's mind just needs to think with physical props and with and like, you know, needs to like see things in 3 dimensions, because the few times that he has used physical props, I have liked the maps. The only kind of exception is the Vorugal fight, but I kind of liked that map. Like there were some there I didn't think it was incredible, but it did spark the players' imaginations. And like the way that Matt had it set up, I think fell apart a little bit upon running, but he clearly had some ideas ahead of time, which I think is the most important thing when designing a map, is you have some intentions. Sometimes a map just totally falls to shit. Even the best well-designed arena, you know, can feel super boring in practice because of either things that, you know, were totally unforeseeable, or just things that you just didn't foresee. And compared to his 2-dimensional maps, the only 2-dimensional map I can think of that I was like, this is a great map, was the Ripley fight, which had so much more, how do I say it? I think that the map itself was so much more prompted by the story. Like, Matt started with the idea of Ripley ambushing them with all of this buried smoke powder, and then made a map off of that, which, by the way, I think is a great way to make maps, like that sort of process. Awesome. But that's the only 2D map that comes to mind that I thought was really, really great. The other two that I've thought were good were these 3-dimensional maps. It was Kevdak, and then it was this one. And this one is the reason that it caught me so off guard that it was good was the fact that it's such a random fight. Like, yeah, it's a vestige fight, I guess, but it's in like a random location that like they didn't like super prep out like, yeah, we're going to do it right here in this location. Like, it's not the bottom of the Marrowglade Loch or or at the fucking moon tree in the middle of the Shade Murk, right? It's like they got they didn't even, the vestige isn't even here. They're just doing like a side quest for an NPC in order to get the vestige. They've already been to the vestige area. This is just a market. So it was so random and just like so kind of, not banal, I guess. Just so, not monumental, I suppose. So boring, or not so normal, so typical. Like these are just like regular combats that you just like have to have in a campaign. But the map is awesome. The map is so much cooler than so many others, like so many other of his like monumental maps. Like the Umbrasyl map doesn't hold a candle to this, in my opinion. The Umbrasyl map, even like the Kamal Ori map, I did not like as much as this. The Briarwood Ziggurat, I mean, that had some complicating factors to it, but still. Didn't like as much as this. Like, I think that this map, in terms of like promoting good or promoting like interesting decision making on the part of the players, of giving them reasons to move and to use different parts of their toolkit, like I think that this accomplishes so much more as a map than 90% of Matt's maps. And Matt is a great combat runner. I think he's really good at it most of the time. So a lot of the times he kind of overcomes that map deficit. But man, like I can't even imagine if all of his maps were like this, and maybe they will be in the future. Maybe they will be in like C2 when they have, a budget and he's buying more of these tile sets. I don't know. But man, oh man. And so all of that is to say, find what works for you is like the thing that my thoughts were really revolving around. Because from an outside perspective, it seems that Matt just naturally makes better maps when they are in this physical sort of prop construction. And I think he makes worse maps on average in 2D. Now, to be fair, our sample size is low, so maybe I will be proven wrong eventually, but that's what I'm thinking, at least currently. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I liked it. I like this map. Anyways, that's about it. That's about it before we start. I will also say you guys have been very active in chat, which I appreciate. I am feeling iffy today through purely fault of my own. I made poor decisions last night. I've got a headache. It's because I chose to make bad decisions. So I was like, I'm going live. I'm going to work. Because I want to finish this episode, but you guys being active in chat makes this all easier. It gives me more energy, more adrenaline, more things to bounce off of. So I appreciate it. And we will start getting involved. Also, I switched up some things on the Steam stream deck. So I might flub some keys occasionally. Are you hungover from your cheap ass one? Look, I started getting a headache, and for some reason, I don't know if this is like purely coincidence, but I have found in the past that even non-alcohol related headaches, sometimes drinking gets rid of them. And so I had a really bad headache yesterday, and so I drank a little bit of alcohol. It kinda worked, and then I was queuing Marvel Rivals, and a bunch of my friends that I had not seen in forever started getting on, and so I was talking to them, and I also forgot about daylight savings time. So I forgot that I was losing an hour. So I stayed up like an hour later than I thought I was. And I stayed up too late and drank too much, and now we're here. That is why the start time was delayed by an hour. But I'm here to hang out. Let's do it. Let's do it. The best way to get over hangovers is to get drunk. I have tried drinking on stream once. Not a fan. I like drinking as much as the next guy. Truly. But I've drank on stream it's one of the early CRs. I'm drinking. Like episode like 2 or 3. Not a fan. Not a fan of it. I started getting a little bit not loopy, but like I started like forgetting the cadence of like checking chat, doing this, pausing to talk. Like there's a certain rhythm that I get in when streaming, and it's so much harder to like get that flow state, I guess, when I've been drinking at all. I've tried it like twice, and not a fan. Not a fan. It's the closest I can imagine, because like I have several friends that are straight edge, and they talk about how they don't like to like lose control, and like, you know, give up control of their bodies. And it's the closest I've ever felt to feeling that. I don't normally feel that way in like social situations. I get it. I totally get it. But that's the closest I've felt to it, where it was like, man, I'm trying to accomplish something and I can't because of the alcohol, and that's bad. Because I'm a big believer in like, I'm down with whatever vice you're into, as long as it doesn't hurt others, as long as it only affects yourself. And I don't think you have a problem with that vice until it starts getting in the way of things that you need to accomplish or even want to accomplish. Like if you're getting drunk and you're not like going to your job, that's bad. But even if it's like, man, I really like as a personal goal want to get better at pickleball, and my drinking habit is preventing me from like going out and like playing or practicing or whatever. I think that's bad. If you can't stop and it's getting in the way of other things you want to do, like you gotta look at that. So that was kind of where it was at for me. Of like, oh man, I drank on stream and it got in the way of like the stream that I wanted to deliver. So I don't drink on stream. Yeah. Yeah. Idea just popped up. Drinking game somehow based on your workout. Now, I will say, I have not thrown out the idea completely of drinking-based streams. If it was based around it, then that's a whole other thing. But there's maybe something there. I don't know. I've thought about drinking game streams before. I haven't landed on one that I was like hyper convinced by, but I've thought about it before. Caffeine makes less blood flow, and alcohol does either more at low volumes or less at high volumes, IRC. The science of drinking is very fascinating. I find it very interesting, but also it's very chemistry based, and chemistry is dark magic that I don't understand and don't wish to understand, frankly. Also, my hair is weird. It didn't get like all combined. Also, which CR cast member do you main in Marvel Rivals? None of them, unfortunately. I don't think so anyways. Right now, my only mains are... The only people I would consider my mains are Rocket and currently The Thing. I like The Thing a lot. I guess Strange, because I don't play Widow at all. I'm not a fucking CS:GO lad. So it's probably Liam on Strange, but because I think Liam is Strange, right? Am I remembering that right? I think that's me. It's just a lot of small details. It would be annoying if you were drunk and had to follow. Yeah. If you do a drinking game stream, have your partner run the stream to help you. Yeah. That is one thing that I've thought about is like me and Paige drinking stream. But that is like, that's somehow part of it. I don't know. I've thought about it. I haven't. Yeah. Just haven't been convinced. I flex so hard to Strange, almost Lord on him. Fuck yeah. Thor as well occasionally. That's true. Actually, Thor. Thor is actually the answer. That is the CR cast member that I play the most. I love Thor. That was my main tank until Thing. So yeah, it would be Thor. Liam is Strange. Okay. So yeah, it would probably be... So it's Travis and then Liam. And then way down here is Black Widow. I think Laura is Black Widow. So Megan continues his Travis bias. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. That is indeed what I do. Anyways, let's get into it. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Puppy, what? She's upset because Paige is gone. And I also should have... I knew that Paige was going to be gone today, and I normally would take her on a walk before stream, but for some reason, I was still in bed. That's the only... I will say, I've been thinking about this lately, and I'm not pulling the trigger at all. I'm not even close to pulling the trigger on this. I have thought about changing my stream days, because I love Wednesday, but Sunday has become it's consistently presenting social issues. Cause so many like social engagements happen on Sundays. And so I've been considering something like a Tuesday, Friday sort of situation. But I'm very much in the early days of thinking, and before Maya tries to... No, Thursday's a no-go, for obvious reasons. Although, actually, I guess maybe not so obvious anymore, now that CR isn't active. I don't know. We're gonna see. I'm definitely not going back to the old, like, I only stream on weekdays type thing, but the consistent, like guaranteed stream on a Sunday is starting to have some slight social ramifications. I could be the pre-show. Yeah. That's true. So yeah, I don't know. I've really liked a lot of things about the current schedule. Like I'm liking doing the half eps more and more the more we do it. I like the offset time zones a lot. And I like the kind of distance between them right now, because right now they're 4 days apart, I think. Am I right? 3 to 4. Three on one side, 4 on the other, I think. If I'm doing my math right. Oh my God. Either way. But yeah, there's just... The Sunday is a toughie. We've been doing like apartment hunting, and like a lot of places want to show on Sundays. tough. So I don't know. We're gonna see. You can switch to Thursday while Sierra's not active and then figure out your schedule from there. True. I could. I don't know. I'm gonna talk to Paige about it. Because I mentioned it to Paige, and she was like, "Well, let's like sit down and like figure out a schedule for both of us," because she's also like freelancing, so we try to like combine our on days and off days. Yeah. CR starts at 9 Mega's time zone, so yeah, he would come before. Yeah. Also Sunday is your social day. That's bizarre. Sunday is the Lord's lazy day. Yeah, but like a lot of my social things are lazy things. Like I don't quite know how to describe it, but it's like a lot of my like friends and social group will do like any of the like hard socializing, like going out somewhere or like doing an activity or something like that on Saturdays, but then people are around on the Sundays to like game. So it's like the gaming happens on Sundays, which is the time that, or which is like when I see a lot of my more far-flung friends. Like one of my best friends is in Arizona right now, which is very far away. I get to see him maybe once a year, but we game on Sundays. So it's like it's that sort of thing that's becoming a little tougher. And it's like, you know, if I do get on, I'm a little drained from stream. So I don't know. We'll see. I have not even come close to deciding, but that is something that I am considering switching up. I am considering switching up at least before the end of C1, but we'll see. I will give lots of warning and lots of heads up, and I will probably end up like doing at least one poll about it. But anyways, 76. Let's play it.
On.
Oh my gosh.
Holy shit.
Okay.
This is
bad. Dude, no, dude.
Think of the burn scars. Oh shit. Is there something in the lava?
Oh no, why is he
I'm
looking
gonna
at
check
something?
one thing in here real fast, because there actually is, as I found out later on,
Lava rules?
there is a rule for lava damage.
Jeez.
Oh, Jeebus.
And I want to make sure.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh,
This is
guys,
Good times.
why did we come to the fireplace?
I legitimately don't know what the rule for fire damage is. It did start with the cat screaming. I don't know what the rule for fire damage is, but I do know that there is a like table / like advice piece in the DMG that I fuck with heavy. That is just anytime there is a thing that does damage that you don't know, like that you don't know how much damage like you want it to do, or like you don't know how much damage it should do, just go with a pool of D6. And I don't think it says this in the DMG, but this is the advice that I've heard, which I think is funny. And it's like, imagine rolling the D6 and the sound that it would make. And match the amount of D6 that you want to roll to the sound that would intimidate your players, equivalent to how deadly you think the thing would be. I know that that's like a weird way to like phrase it, but it's basically like the more deadly and damaging you think the damage source is or should be, like lava, roll an amount of D6 that will inspire that amount of fear in your players based on the sound of them rolling, which I think is very funny. And like just sticks in my mind as like an intuitive way to go about it. So if I'm looking at lava, I'm thinking like 6d6 off the top of my head. I don't know what the lava rules are going to end up being. They might be something crazy high, like 10d6. But if I either can't find the rule or don't want to look, I'm probably going with something like 66. A big fat dice pool that inspires some fear into the players' minds. That's my default, at least. It's way worse to deal with lava damage rules than fall damage rules. Yeah, oh wait, it's worse to deal with lava damage. Because fall damage is just like every 10 feet you add a d6, right? That's the thing to take away from this conversation. In general, just get a pool of d6. D6 pools are a great thing. The d6 is a great die. It is just big enough to have like a nice variance to it, but it's not so varied that if you fuck up the exact number that you should use, you're like going crazy on it. Like if you go up to like a D10 or even a D8, adding like 1 or 2 extra D8, you can get into some trouble if you're off a little bit. But with a D6, you add 1 or 2 D6. It's just that little bit less, risky. The D6 are a lot more forgiving. So I'm a fan of D6
Harder.
for incidental damage.
Maybe
It's loose.
the lava
It's
is like
a
a secret passage. Grog, you should swim down and find out if there's anything.
Maybe
It's like a Super Mario level.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking this up now because.
Oh, guys, should I read another limerick while
I
he's
mean,
doing this?
it was so lovely the last time. Yeah.
All right.
You're actually
that's
the
bad.
factors by
That's bad. That's bad.
Oh, there you
no.
go. That's a good one.
Oh no, it's
I'm just
bad.
gonna do the
he's
T2 as I
bad.
sink
I'm
into the
gonna
lava.
go ahead and
No.
He's using a calculator.
dice roller on this one.
No.
Dice roller. Because it's that many
The
dice.
dice? Oh, jeez.
I mean, I stood in lava before with
jeez.
Gurn. It didn't
Wake
hurt
up,
that
Ashley.
much.
Pay attention to
Yeah,
what's
it didn't, but
This
It's different
it's
lava.
different than like the lava we've been in before.
this
This
is
is in the plane
informed
of fire. And this is the real rules for lava damage, as opposed to what I made up earlier, not fully considering the competitions. So you suffer 63 points of fire damage, Grog.
63. Thank you.
You're gonna look so cool though with the veins of
As
scar.
you are currently, you're terminatoring it into lava right now. So that ends your turn. That's your.
I mean, this is tough. So it probably was closer to 10d6. This is tough. Luckily, it's Grog, the man of 1,000 hit points. True. Because this is like, I imagined lava to, be this very dangerous thing, but it is. I like. Oh man, do I like it? It might cause some pain right now, but I think it's good to get the players used to this sort of really high damage environmental thing. Because having that much, damage just sitting on the field ready for them to fall into it, that might be seen as, a little risky. But for really high level parties, I think this is the sort of like extremes that you start to have to go to with environmental damage, and like the sort of extremes that I think can wind up being really good. And so I think that like it's tough in this specific situation because I don't think that any of them quite knew how dangerous that big lava patch is. And even I didn't really know. But you do ultimately have to start introducing that somewhere. Ideally, you introduce the new kind of escalations in this way, this type of escalation. You introduce those in like lower stakes fights where they have like a less likelihood of like really fucking the players over. But like arguably that is what this is. They've got the mansion right there, and they have the they always have the option of just bamfing out if they need to, and the downside is they might lose the Dawn Martyr plate. So like, is it maybe the absolute best time to start giving them these really harsh environmental features and consequences? Maybe not like the 10 out of 10 best time, but you gotta do it eventually. You gotta start scaling up the sort of environmental threats that are on your maps in order to threaten a high-level party. And like this, I would say this certainly isn't the worst time to do it. Yeah, being in lava is 18d10. That's crazy. 18d10 is wild. I mean, but even there, I mean, if I was recommending that to somebody, again, I would go with just a larger pool of d6. I like having everything environmental or incidental just being a d6 pool. Because like Daniel said, then you're just scaling up and down the number, and you start to get an intuitive sense for about how much a d6 is. Because on average, it's 3.5. You can call it 3. Or if you're, trying to be generous to the players, when you're thinking about it, you call it 4. So you're slightly overestimating. And I find like that the benefit of having the smaller die size, like a d6 as opposed to a d10, it's more predictable for you as the DM. I think it's easier to get that number fine-tuned, which is sort of what I was saying before, but more specifically, like with this, like if you have in your head, like, man, I think that this hazard should do about 60 damage or about 100 damage, that math, at least to me, is easier and quicker to do with the D6 average, and the D6 is going to get you closer to that average. Like on the final roll, it is more likely that you're hitting the D6, the average on the D6 than on the D10. There's less of a spread. So I like the D6 because it's so controllable, but it still has that nice randomness for these environmental hazards. What level are they? They're somewhere in the high tier 3, low tier 4 range. I think they're all, I want to say Ashley's like 13 or 14. And then the rest of them are somewhere between 15 and 16, I think. I'm not entirely certain. How many methods of resurrection require a body? Like almost all of them. Lava is scary. Absolutely. And that is something that if you are going to, press that, which I think would be very fair to do, that is something to impress upon your players, especially if you're playing in a setting where, or like, at a table where resurrection is fairly accessible. It is very worth impressing on your players the requirements of the resurrection, like the fact that it needs a body in order to function. So a way that you can start going after that, even at low levels, is placing like large like gorges with streams at the bottom that might like wash away a body. There are lots of ways that you can either destroy or practically remove a body at all levels. And so I do think that is a really good and interesting complication to present to your party members. Especially if they've gone through 1 or 2 resurrections already, impressing upon them like, hey, remember, resurrection needs a body. That's going to make them look at certain challenges differently. Again, especially if resurrection is very variable, very available. There's something to be said for like a really fun high magic tone that could be set there, especially if you have something like a zealot barbarian. One of my favorite subclasses, period. Probably my favorite barbarian subclass, the zealot, doesn't require material components in order to be resurrected. I would argue that it's saying that the spell doesn't need material components. I wouldn't consider a body a material component. So especially if you have something like a zealot that is constantly putting their life very on the line because they know that they can get resurrected afterward, introducing these, novel ways that a body might get destroyed can be very, very interesting. Very, very. It can sort of up the stakes. You can use the availability of resurrection and their potentially complacency with it to develop a more deadly campaign where, okay, if resurrection is very available, it's all over the place, then I can start upping the stakes of encounters. And then if I introduce encounters where a body gets destroyed or removed or eaten, maybe, the resurrection, that becomes a threat to this established thing where, like, oh my god, the campaign is so deadly, one of us dies every other combat, but we get resurrected, but now, maybe the body gets destroyed. There's a lot of stuff to play around with there, depending on the What's up? We're back. Let's do CR Bop.
All right, I figure I can see Keyleth and the winged lady, so I'm just going to beeline right to the other side of the enemy and flank her.
Over here?
Yeah. Up to the wall. Boosh. Dagger, dagger, dagger. So flanking advantage. First attack is a 26.
26 hits.
Second attack is a 19.
She's going to go ahead and pull her longsword out and parry to the side. The second attack is a hit.
How does that work? She just automatically
She adds a +4 to her AC.
+4. I'm going to use nah. Okay. And then the third attack is 32.
Okay.
Okay. So first and third. The first one gets the sneak attack. So that is, what the hell is that? A 2 + 8 is 10 plus all my little cubes. Here come the cubes. 10, 13, 14, 15.
Here come the cubes.
21, 24, 29 plus the psychic damage gets 32. That's the one that sneak attacks. And the other one, the regular, I don't need that. The regular one, where'd my pyramid go? Gets a full 10. So a total of 42 between the two attacks.
Oof, nice. So as you dart up around and land to the side, as you jam the blade into her side, she gasps out, and you can feel the kind of strange burning warmth of her blood on your hand. She's not doing too well.
The lady? That's good.
Yeah. Shunk, shunk.
Shira?
It's okay. It's SummerSlam. You're
Evelyn.
tagged and
Yeah.
fucking you're free.
Alright, then your turn. All right, Percy.
Percy.
Shoot to kill, baby. Kill everything. Do it, golden snitch.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh, this is so bad.
Mayhem.
All right.
In your visual range right now, you have the Pit Fiend up in the air. You have the Ifriti that just arrived that's currently assessing the situation and is not favorable in your path right now.
He passes. Again.
This is such a
Very
this is such a phenomenally interesting disaster.
Is that your final answer?
No. Okay. I've got some plans. I'm going to.
I'm going to construct a small river system.
Yeah. Okay.
Lol. One moment. Behold the chair really fast. Something's going on in the living room. It might be okay. But it sounded like potentially they're getting into something they shouldn't. So 1 second. All right, never mind. One of the dogs was just eating, and it just sounded like things breaking. All right, we're good. We're good.
I'm going to.
Take out my writing desk.
I'm going to work on. I'm going to try and get him to drop his. Fuck it. I'm going to get him to drop his mace.
Yeah, that's a good
It's
move.
good, it's good, it's really good.
Yes.
That mace sucks.
That mace sucks.
All
That
the
mace
balls.
killed me.
So I'm taking that shot.
Literally, but...
And if the mace collects
I'll
all
take that
balls,
shot
it sucks.
with sharpshooter. Actually, no. You know what? No, just straight clean.
Okay.
Kill.
Yeah, that'll do. 24.
24 hits.
And that's badum,
Strength
badum.
save to try and...
And that's a strength save against, I believe, 18.
that is a 27.
Oh yeah, no, I don't even know why bother. But at the very least, that is 10 regular points of damage, 2 psychic damage, and 6 necrotic damage.
Okay.
I'm going to hold off on that for a little bit.
Loot crate.
That's not going to
Loot
work.
crate.
I'm so horrified by this entire.
Mid-move.
What are you doing, Percy?
I'm going to take another shot at him with just with sharpshooter.
Okay.
And nope, that goes really, really poorly.
Did it misfire?
Yeah, misfires, and I take. Oh yeah, no. This may work. Okay.
What?
None of this is going on.
I take 6 points of psychic damage.
You take?
Yep.
Oh, it's
From
a
your own weapon?
Fancy weapon.
Because-
So I take 6 points of psychic damage, and I scream. They're mad. I'm mad. We're all mad. It's driving us mad. Help us! Help us all! And scream, holding my head, running into the door.
All mad?
Seeing if I can fake out the Dijin to being thinking that maybe things are a little complicated.
Okay. All right. Make a deception check.
Okay. Do I get an advantage on that?
No.
God
Trying
damn
to
it.
fake out the guard?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
Just fall into a river.
That'll do. 19.
Okay.
Huh.
All right.
Don't deal with the guard.
As you come charging through the doorway,
Okay. Weird play, but I'm not against it. And I think there is something like how exactly do I say it? I think that we are seeing their like Critical Role and Vox Machina the cast are very they're very creative in social situations, but they're rarely, although sometimes, but I think rarely as creative in combat because they rarely need to be. And so I'm just logging supporting evidence for interesting battle arenas, interesting combatant structures, and like adversary, makeups. This is just a log of evidence that I can't remember the last time I saw someone try that sort of shit in combat. But I love it. I like that they are feeling so stressed out because I would expect this sort of thing. They haven't, had to be faced with this sort of like complicating combat in a long time. And I think it is really stretching their kind of creative muscles. And I think if they were a little bit more used to it, they would be more used to what they have available and the decisions would be going a little bit faster. But I'm okay with slow decisions because that's going to happen. And I think it's going to happen, especially at the beginning of starting to introduce, more interesting, more complicated combats. They're not used to it. They're having to stretch their creative muscles a little bit. And so you're going to get longer turns, but eventually I think I would at least posit, I would hypothesize that they get a little bit more used to it and they start being more consistently creative. It stops being, they stop having these slowdowns and they are just coming up with this stuff as naturally as going through the more boring combats. I could be wrong about that, but that's my hypothesis. So and either way, I like to see weird, fun decisions like that because this clearly shows me how Percy views, or not Percy, sorry, Taliesin views this combat. He views this as winnable if they have the Illuminated, right? He's like, okay, I'm going to try to do something. I'm not, the crazy charismatic one. At least I don't think he is. But I'm going to try to do something to get the Afridi on our side because then I think that this is super winnable. We'll get the Pit Fiend. We'll go back to Mr. Sasharu. He's looking for the win condition. And in this case, in his view, the win condition is not pump damage into the big health sack. Which those are the sort of realizations that I want players to come to, is that the win condition is not always I swing my hammer. Sometimes it is, and sometimes that's a component of a good and interesting plan. But in this case, the way that Matt has set this up has led Taliesin to a different conclusion.
You guys watch as Percy's form disappears into the space, which is immediately followed by a heavy slamming sound as the Pit Fiend, like a Keteor,
What? A key?
drops
No.
right there on the ground, right next to Pike and Scanlan.
Jesus Christ.
It shouts out over its shoulder.
Oh god.
Coloman.
As it kind of emanates from its psychic wave of telekinetic speech. You hear,
Coloman, I need aid.
and is going to go ahead and unload on the beacon of divinity that stands before it that has healed.
I mentioned last stream foreshadowing more Illuminated coming. I talked about, like narrating them a couple blocks down so that we had a lot of time before they actually got there. This is obviously not exactly what I said. Super similar. Very, very similar like vein that I'm thinking in. Okay, the Illuminated aren't there. It's not that they can see them, but Matt is, through the Pit Fiend, setting up that there will be more, and that there will be more on their way, and that essentially puts like a soft timer on the entire combat, because I think at this point, seems like the party's pretty convinced that if more guards show up, it's not going to go well for them. And one of the nice things about Matt's choice here, as opposed to what I was thinking, is that it gives a little bit more flexibility and time, because it's not just that another squadron is showing up in a couple of turns. That's a much harder timer. This is you, other person that Vox Machina might be able to influence. You go call the rest of your men. even if Matt is worried about the balance of this encounter and like potentially some of Vox dying, he could, pull a lever in a sense of the Ifriti nodding and then leaving the combat for a turn, or maybe even two, to acquire the men. So now you give Vox Machina potentially a turn or two with less combatants, maybe a turn or two to actually wrap this up, or you also allow them to try and stop the Ifriti from leaving, from, erasing the alarm, so to speak. You allow them to potentially try and convince the Ifriti. By having the Pit Fiend pin the responsibility of more combatants showing up, that gives the party something to focus in on, which Taliesin was already focused on. So really good job at reading the players in this case. I don't know if this was, pre-planned on Matt's part. I'm going to assume it isn't, just because it's I think it can go towards some good advice of him reading the table of what is Taliesin focused on. Taliesin is focused on the Ifriti. So the Pit Fiend, rather than, narrating that the Pit Fiend sends out a telepathic wave to all nearby Illuminated, he narrates him specifically talking to the one Illuminated that Taliesin is already focused on, drawing all of the other players' attention to it as well. It becomes a, not an alternate objective, so to speak, but a focus in the combat right now. Either as something to stop, maybe Scanlan could cast Odaluk's spear around it. Oh, I swear I did not read the captions. I swear I didn't read the captions. But yes, exactly. Like, it becomes a focal point that they can trap, that they can delay, that they can convince. And Matt has now set it up to where, okay, if we can stop the Ifriti, maybe we have a chance at this. Because not only is the Pit Fiend essentially calling for help, but this is the only way that help is showing up, is if this Ifriti actively makes that happen. So now we have a much lower threat enemy, potentially someone that will fail a save to get trapped inside the spear, that we can really target to help us out in this combat, at least in the meantime. So it's a really nice mid-combat development to add a little bit of variety, a little bit of hope for Vox. Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Unless it is trapped in my sphere.
Right.
So it moves into the space.
Come on, Scanlan. Come on.
What's the save on that again?
21 if I'm using my cone, which is up for the last
Can
one.
you use your inspiration to make him roll less?
I did not cutting words him on this one, so he's got advantage.
That is a 22.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Plus 8 to his dex saving throw there, and he has
attack of opportunity.
resistance.
I don't like this guy.
Nope.
He's not.
As he slams onto the ground, he's going to go ahead and let's see here. All right, so
I'm gonna wave at him.
all right, as you wave at him, Pike, he makes his claw attack against you. That is a 19 plus. That's a 34 to hit.
Does that hit, Ashley?
No, it doesn't hit.
So that is 20 points of slashing damage, Ashley.
Okay.
It's going to attempt to bite you. It's a natural 20 on the bite. That's not good at all. So that is
I know. This is not good.
16, 32. Plus 8. That's 40 points of piercing damage, Ashley. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Matthew Mercer, keeping us humble since 2013.
He's really enjoying
Alright.
himself. TPK tonight, guys.
Oh,
Only
boy,
appeal
that's
though.
bad. I got an 8.
All right, so you also suffer as the poison courses through your body.
Saren Ray loves her, though.
That is 25 points of piercing damage. I'm not going to double that because technically it's not the attack, it's the poison that hurt you. The poison isn't critical, so that's a gift.
Right.
Thanks.
Pronounced Gypped.
Now it's going to swing with its tail. Actually,
Antagonize him.
that is a 20 to hit.
I'm gonna cutting words that with my
Okay.
reaction.
Yeah, my armor class is 20.
All right.
Unless
So,
there were no aids at all, right?
well, hold on.
Matt?
You're cutting words.
Did he? Is that a hit or?
It's a hit, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna cutting words that.
All right, what are you doing?
I'm gonna sing. Your evilness is killing me, and I must confess, I want to flee, I want to flee. But when you see me, you lose your mind, baby, it's a sign. Pit Fiend, baby, now you're
Oh, that D12, man.
Heard that shit.
God, critical roll, ringtones.
3.
That's enough. So the tail sweeps over to try and smash Pike. As you start singing, the tail kind of halfway through stops and it looks at you. Then continues to swing, but that's just enough for Pike to dodge out of the way as it cracks into the stonework. However, it then backswings with its mace towards you with its final attack.
Oh, shit.
Pike, that is a 22 to hit. So you suffer 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, this is the one that's gonna kill.
Plus,
I'm unconscious.
you're unconscious? Okay, well, that would have been an additional 24 points of fire damage.
Yes. Okay.
So,
Is she alive? Are you alive?
Pike is poisoned and unconscious.
Oh God!
Just get in the door.
Scanlan, you feel the blade at your side begin to vibrate at the end of your song. The myth carver that's been sitting in the thing, it begins to just shake and quiver at your side.
Whoa, what?
Something amazing.
Aaron, yes. Aaron, yes. So against you now. It's its turn.
Yeah.
Throws the bow to the side of the ground.
Yeah.
Pulls its longsword out and it's going to go 3 attacks on you, having just jammed your blade in its side.
Yes, uncanny dodge.
The first one is going to be a 19.
Oh, it does not hit.
That is a 13.
Does not hit.
Last hit is a 24.
I will use a second luck to make a roll again.
Okay. That's even better. That is a 25.
All right, uncanny dodge.
All right. So you take the hit for the longsword. That is 5 plus 4. It's 9 points of slashing damage. Actually, sorry, that would be plus more because it's with these hands. No, there's 9 points of slashing damage. Plus you take 20 points of poison
So the
damage.
poison's full, but the swipe is halved.
Technically, it's all in one strike, so the whole attack would be half.
The whole attack. So it was 9 plus what? 20?
9 plus 20. So
29, so 14, 15.
take 14 points of damage from this
Okay.
strike.
All right.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, Scanlan, it's your turn.
I'm going to draw a myth carver. Look at it. Admire it for a moment. And then turn to Pike, who's right next to me, and just healing words her with just a simple touch. Can I demonstrate on you, Talos?
Okay, fine.
Just
Hold on.
gonna do this. Just that.
I was actually rather questioning. Should be very soft hands.
Oh, they've never worked a day in their life. So true. 10 points of healing to
Okay,
Pike.
as you sing, Pike, you do not heal anything. Pike remains unconscious, bleeding. What? The healing does not make
She's
its way through.
poisoned.
Oh, that
Oh
changes
God,
everything.
sorry, that was so wasteful.
You can't.
But
get
anyway,
people up
what else are you doing?
poison?
You don't notice this. You sing to her.
I don't know.
Finish your verse. What are you doing?
But that changes things. Fuck, I stick to the plan. Hand cone up. I'm going to try and dominate, what's his butt? The pit fiend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Dominate monster.
Yes. It's a disadvantage or whatever, so it's a straight roll, but I know it's going to be pretty tough. It's a
Yeah.
wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw. So that was 13 plus 23.
God damn this guy.
13 plus 10, he would have had disadvantage, but he has advantage against spell saves, so it's just a single roll.
Nothing's
Fuck that,
working.
he has advantage against spells.
Sorry.
We need to attack him with
Magic
magic
casters have been
That's
useless.
what you have.
Pike is dead.
Unconscious.
Yeah, but I can't leave her.
Shove her through the mansion.
Don't become another
But
liability.
if you move her, he'll get an attack of opportunity on her. It's what we ran into with.
The thing is, I've made a
Yeah.
promise to stay alive, so I'm going to run away
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. You can.
Which way are you going?
towards the mansion.
Okay, so as you move towards the mansion and go through the other way of the doorway, it gets an attack marked opportunity on you, Scanlan. It's going to make its bite attack. That is a 21 to hit.
Oh, sure.
All right. You suffer 20 points of piercing damage. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
That's not good.
God, that hero's feast, man. That would have been clutch.
Would have been so great.
21.
21. You just succeed in chugging the poison off as it bites out at you and the teeth claw against your shoulder as you run past, kind of scooting around the way to where the entrance to the mansion is. You're still feeling the blade kind of vibrating at your side. It's almost like a pulse, like it's trying to fight to be free.
Okay.
So you rush around. You get to the side.
I don't want to go in the mansion. I want to stay outside. I'm going to go back to my barrel around where Taliesin was before.
Okay,
Just
so
kinda hide
going
back
over here?
there. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. That ends your turn, Scanlan. Pike, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Okay. Well, let's see. Do I? Oh, 1d8 plus 1?
No, just roll a
D20.
d20.
I don't know how to
straight
do it. I
roll.
don't think I've done this before.
10 or
Oh
higher.
man.
10 or higher.
That was a 5.
Okay, so that's a failure. You also take a pulse of the poison damage in your body, so you fail another death saving throw.
Fix it right now.
God.
Gotta fix it right
We got
now.
a healer, we got a healer, we got a
Feel
healer.
good right now.
Who's close to her?
Okay, okay, okay.
Grogis, but
Do you still have any spells left?
me?
Or yeah,
I
the
do.
poison spell?
Yeah, I have the poison spell. I have
You're
to.
in our
Okay, I'm
mansion.
first out, so yeah, but I can run out.
Yeah.
Can you drag her in?
No, he can't move her. He'll get an attack of
No,
opportunity.
he's
on
already
Pike.
burned his attack of opportunity for the first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Scanlan. That's true.
The Afridi,
No.
Oh, come on.
now,
Punk.
watching you now attack and go after this fiend,
Get that paper,
pulls
Afridi.
its blade out and rushes towards you, Scanlan,
Guess those jewels didn't do shit.
You can keep the jewels though.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Snacky jewels.
saying towards you.
The stinky jewels.
Halt!
Okay. All right. Matt's trying to give him a way out. It's decent. The only thing I will highlight here, which is something that I've said, before, is D&D 5e at least. Its natural the balancing of 5e is not. It makes having a lot of PCs more deadly, potentially individually deadly, and more swingy. You can always balance the sides in 5e. But for individual combatants, the more unequal the number of combatants is, like the bigger disparity between like the number of allied combatants and the number of enemy combatants, or vice versa, the more deadly any given fight is going to feel. Because like if you just look at the CRs, I'm sure that Vox Machina can theoretically handle this fight as a party, as a side. But one of the challenges with that is if you are putting a lot of that, sides CR into one combatant, like there are less than half as many combatants on the enemy side as the allied side, which means that each of those combatants needs to hit way harder and has a higher concentration of that side's hit points. So they're not going to die as quickly, and they're going to hit harder. So if they're focused on one person, there's a much higher likelihood of that person falling, as opposed to, and the disparity, the volume of disparity matters. If it's 4 versus 3, that's going to be less swingy than 7 versus 2. That's much more swingy. Nothing to be done about it here. That's just kind of the way it is, other than, splitting things out more. I will say, I think that Matt was possibly relying a bit too much on the reputation of a pit fiend. I think I mentioned this in the first one, where I was a little bit worried that he would. I don't know if Vox Machina quite understood the level of danger of a pit fiend, because this is one of the highest CR creatures they've ever faced. And I don't really think that they realized that. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. But it seems like he's about to give them an out, which could be good. So we'll see.
In the name of the Sultan!
And takes its blade out, and it's going to make 2 scimitar attacks against you, Scanlan.
Never mind. Not going to give them
So
away.
you wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?
Oh, yes, I would.
This might just be Pike's.
Actually, it's not going to move towards you. It's going to stay back there on top of the bridge, and it's going to hurl. It's hurl 2 balls of flame at you.
Nah, why?
That is going to be a 21 to hit,
I mean, yeah.
and a 10 to hit.
No!
So the second one just misses you and blasts in the ground next to you, but the first one does.
Something missed.
I know.
It's so nice that something finally missed.
That is 13 points of fire damage to you, Scanlan. The fireball blasts against your chest and kind of flame shooting off of it.
Matches my beard.
Yeah. It just made you look real cool.
Sure.
Alrighty, that brings us to the top. Vex.
All right, Vex.
I mean, the thing is, I'll come out, obviously. I'm going to come out of the mansion.
Okay.
And I'll immediately see Pike.
You see Pike unconscious on the ground.
I can't see her. She's
Be
south.
careful.
She's right in front of
She's
you.
right under the demon.
Don't, it's dangerous.
You will die.
You were literally
You're gonna die, Pike.
Die.
I can try.
I'm a guest
Okay,
player. It's okay.
I'm gonna-
As far as I know, it's a reaction, single reaction.
Might actually be nice if I die. Then
gonna-
I don't have to work around the blind
It's
spot
not gonna
schedule.
work. But I'm gonna try to distract him with Trinket, so I'm gonna have Trinket attack him as I run in and cast protection from poison on Pike.
Nice.
Okay. As you rush forward to cast your spell, I will say make an intelligence check.
Oh, cause yeah, fuck, I was in the mansion. What's going on? Can I say that?
We've probably, I imagine, been narrating an awful lot of what's going on through the headpiece. No, maybe not.
Maybe not.
They don't reach.
I can just see that Pike's unconscious,
You see the
right?
Pike's unconscious. What'd you roll?
I rolled just intelligence.
Yeah.
5.
So yeah, you have no idea that she's poisoned.
No,
You see her
she's
unconscious on the
poisoned.
ground.
Oh.
Do I? So I can't even cast that on her.
I mean, you wouldn't
Can't
know
be like
to.
she's poisoned.
She was. I was going to say she was yelling. Oh fuck.
There's nothing.
In the mansion.
She wouldn't have heard she was in the mansion.
God fucking damn it, mansion.
This. I mean, I appreciate that he at least gave her a check. I would say that it is debatable as to whether or not poison of the pit fiend variety would be visible on her skin and in her veins. Now, at the same time, I do think that, like, I like the general mindset of there should be some value to learning about and researching your adversaries ahead of time. I really like that sort of, maybe not trope, but that sort of process. When I was playing in a Monster Hunter themed campaign, that was like a really decent portion of it. And there wasn't a lot of visual tells, but that was because the theme of the campaign was around researching these monsters and figuring things out. And I would say that not only has that never really been it's tough because this is something that I might actually be hesitantly in favor of in a normal session and setting, but it feels particularly harsh in a combat that was relatively forced upon them. That was not forced upon them. That was the avenue that they were pushed into if they wanted to do the quest that they wanted to do for meta reasons. And that makes it so hard to evaluate all of the decisions in this because, like, I might not, again, I might not be too against this in a normal session, but it feels so strange to think about the possibility of someone dying in a session that wouldn't have happened if Ashley didn't have a break from filming Blind Spot. You know what I'm saying? So it feels so... Like, I'm not saying that the sessions should be gimmies, but I don't think that they should be actively more difficult than any of the other Vestige hunts. And, like, this is more difficult than the Marrowglade Lock, even, like, proportional to their level, I think. Seems more difficult than the Sondor fight. I don't remember the Sondor fight being particularly challenging. Maybe equivalent to the Ripley fight, but the Ripley... And this is also something to be said for, like, death and, like, leading up to it is, like, Ripley had so much lead up to it, so much build up where they were actively seeking out and preparing to fight Ripley. It was a big kind of moment. They did do research into Ripley and, like, what was going on. And then they got a little careless and they kind of got slapped for it. But this is a strange one because they're sort of... The reason that they're being careless is not an in-fiction reason, right? The reason that they didn't take their time to research the Pit Fiend is not because of, like, an in-fiction they need to take their time. If that was, or they didn't want to take their time, if that was the case, they wouldn't have gone on this fucking quest at all. The reason that they're not taking their time is because of the meta, is because of real life factors. So it feels very mean to, it feels very mean to then put them in a combat that they really should have prepared for and researched. Because the reason they didn't do that is not an in-fiction reason. And I believe in in-fiction consequences for in-fiction actions, right? Not for out-of-fiction stuff. So I don't know. I'm very, very torn on it. I'm very, very torn. You think they won't resurrect her? It's not as if she won't have a body. They'll need to recover her body. You think the Pit Fiend's gonna let them? I don't know. I don't know if they will literally be able to recover her body. That would imply that they win. And maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know at this point. But, like, I think that, and especially, like, if we get into, like, expected resurrection, that's expecting that they can either escape with the body or win. And I think that this combat was headed in a direction of possibly escaping. And I don't know if they'll be able to escape with her body. But maybe. I don't know. Also, Vex isn't a doctor, so you can argue with whether or not she could recognize poison she doesn't know. If it was like, yeah, applying a specific antidote, I would say so. But, you know, I don't know enough about poisons to know. But my mental picture of a poison is that most of them have like visual cues of a poison. And she's just casting a kitchen sink protection from poison spell. So I think it would just be, can you tell that she is poisoned at all? Period. Or not. I don't think she actually even needs to recognize the poison. You know what I'm saying? But again, I do think you can argue that, and I think that is why he like had her roll an intelligence check. Because I do think that is arguable, that like whether or not she could recognize it. It just doesn't feel like the right time to have those arguments. It feels like this is the time to lean on the side of being generous to the players, right? In like, I think maybe that's where I'm coming from with this, is like, I'm not always the most generous DM with my players. Just broadly. So sometimes I'm on the side of like, nah, like, you know, let them fuck around and find out, you know, that wouldn't make sense. Don't let them do that. Say no. But the context makes me lean on like, man, with the context of everything, it feels like you should be as generous as possible to the players. If there is an argument that can fall on the side of the players, that's the arguments I would be making right now, given the meta factors. And it feels like Matt is almost doing the opposite. I don't know. During this honor fight, they couldn't really hit him since he was going, and he nearly killed Vex. That is true. That's true. Yeah, he was going in and out of the arena. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Something. I also think that it's partially that it doesn't feel like they're even close to beating him. I think is part of my like how difficult this fight feels comparatively. We'll see.
What are you doing?
Does Lesser Restoration heal at all?
No.
Okay, well, then,
It doesn't heal, but it should fix poison.
If she knew there was poison,
I don't
as
know
far as
that
you
she's
know,
poisoned.
she's
So, all right, then I'm gonna waste my turn completely and try to cast Cure Wounds on her, because that's all I fucking...
As you rush forward, trinket distracting, using your bonus action to have trinket attack.
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and roll the attack trinket. You rush forward and put your hands onto Pike, desperately trying to heal her, and as the energy pulses through her body, no effect. All you see is like the wound from the bite of the fiend in her neck, and you see the kind of dark veins kind of curling.
Now I know it's poison.
Now you know at that proximity that it's poison.
I couldn't have run up and looked at her to know it was poison to see the black around her fucking...
Cool. 27 for
playing this
attack
out
on
without metagame.
Trinket.
I think that's super fair, and like, I don't know. That feels like a weak excuse from Matt to me personally. If he's going to have visible poison, I don't even think that's generous on like him drawing a delineation between, well, you hadn't run up yet. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna harp on it too long. This feels very harsh, and I don't agree with it.
27 for the attack on Trinket. And then that is 14. No, that's a lie. 11.
All right, there was a lie.
And if I move, I'll get attacked.
Yes, you will.
I'm gonna die.
And I
All right, I'm
actually,
gonna sunbeam.
the only other thing I'll say, I think that sometimes Matt does a thing that I never do, but I don't think his players dislike, which is he plays an adversarial DM sometimes. I think it's part of their kayfabe. Like the assumptions that they all know not to be true, but they pretend as if they're true. Like, sometimes Matt will make comments around like, oh, it's so frustrating that you guys are rolling, or like, ooh, can't wait to try to kill you. whatever. Like, he makes like those sorts of comments, and I never take them seriously. I always take them as like he's playing the heel. He's playing into the fictional adversarial nature of their relationship. But this is a moment where like that adversarial fiction sort of crystallized a bit for me and became not fiction all of a sudden. Like, this feels just straight up adversarial. And so it's also tough because I think that like an audience that may not be either aware of or like that aren't assuming that there is that kind of fictional, kind of constructed fun performance aspect of it, of like them pretending to be adversarial. If they don't pick up on that, then they think that a DM like should be trying to kill his players or whatever, like then that might draw their anger if he doesn't do this. But man, oh man, do I not like it. This is during the height of the Twitter DM feedbacks. They became so oversensitive to avoiding metagaming of all kinds, as far as I can remember. I can imagine. I mean, I can imagine. Metagaming is like the boogeyman of D&D, and I get it. My players avoid metagaming at all costs. They avoid it way more than me. So I very much understand the concept, or not the concept, but the mindset. But I think you have to weigh it against the literal metagame factor of like, they would not be here if it were not for metagaming. And so, but like, also they should be here. They should be on this quest to like highlight Pike and have fun with their friend. Like, I'm totally in support of them doing this, but you can't then, I don't think you should then treat it like all the other stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough. I fully understand it, but man, oh man, is it tough to watch. It's just tough for me to watch it and be like, why so harsh, man? I don't know. Yeah. Especially after Tiberius, I think even months later, metagaming was still a big concern. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. And that's like that is the ultimately tough part. It's hard to watch, but I understand his mindset and where he's coming from, and the Matt was probably gonna get flack from all sides, and there was no way he was going to get criticized. No way he was going to not get criticized. You mean? Because I agree. I think he's gonna get criticized no matter what. I do think that they're having talked about D&D amongst my friend group and in person. Amongst my own community, and then also having been somewhat active in like r/D&D and like those sorts of Reddit threads. I think that the crowd that will cry manipulative DM is louder than the crowd that will cry that will cry too harsh of a DM. I have definitely found in my experience online that the online crowd is way more like is way more into the adversarial sort of gameplay of like it's just the DM's job to present the world, and they should run things 100% how they make sense in the world, and if they don't, then they are manipulating the players for their own sick, twisted gain. That is, I think that crowd is much stronger on the internet than I've ever seen it in person. We've had conversations in this community where, people in the community have claimed like, oh, Matt's like just running the world. Like, they've made those same sorts of points, but nowhere near the level and like hostility that I see in places like Reddit or Twitter. So all that is to say, like, I get it. It's just, man, is it tough for me to watch. Man, is it tough to watch. Yeah. Also, at this point, I don't remember the conversation having started of avoiding adversary DMing yet. That was not really a conversation that was had. Not that I disagree with your critique at all. No. I think you're right. I think still to this day, adversarial DMing is not seen as like an inherent negative thing. I think in a lot of cases, I still see it presented as a tonal thing, which I fully disagree with. But I think especially at this point, yeah, adversarial DMing, I think was seen as like somewhat of the standard, like the way that you should. Like the DM is on the side of the monsters and the villains, and the heroes are on the heroes' side. And they're pitched in like a battle against each other. And so it's like, so all that is to say, I fully understand his mindset here, but it's so hard when I think broadly he is not that. I think broadly he more puts on the show of it, which I think can be very fun. But it's like this one is tough. I don't know. Yeah. And I meant flack from the players, like Laura's short response. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's gonna get flack either way on that. Yeah. I agree with you. Man. Yeah. With the whole who resurrect. Oh yeah, I did take it relatively seriously. Whoops. That's my bad. Yeah. It used to be the default, the only way to do it. Yeah. Well, I mean, even if we look back at a more historical context, like D&D does spawn from wargaming, which is adversarial in nature. Like wargaming is much more like inherently adversarial. Like it's supposed to be. So the roots of D&D are there, and the people that grew up playing it are going to remember it more that way. But it is really, I think the medium has changed a lot. And one of the reasons that war games can be adversarial is because they are incredibly more gritty, and the DM or the GM in war games oftentimes is incredibly more constrained. Like DMs in 5e are left to fucking just go nuts on anything. And part of the reason that I always say that D&D is not an adversarial game, like is not the same as chess, is because the DM is not constrained in the same way that the players are. The DM will always be able to win, no matter what, in 5e, if they're really trying to. Whereas in like old war games, that's not always the case. There was like a legitimate balance to what a DM could do. Even if you look at like more modern war games like Warhammer 40K, that's still the case. So like I understand the mindset coming from those sorts of games, but I think it hadn't really percolated out the just amount of god level power that a 5e DM has compared to those older DMs, and how you can't run it adversarially when the DM has that much power, I'm gonna go ahead and just say this. Spicy take time. I hate the short form D&D content that kind of perpetuates DMs antagonizing players. These repetitive DM versus player skits are getting frustrating to me. Yeah, they've found a thing that works, and especially if you look at this is content brain coming out. If you look at something like TikTok, no one goes to a TikToker's page. It is an incredibly small amount of their traffic. So them reposting the same thing over and over and over until it just hits, or at least the same type of thing over and over and over, is like the way that you are successful on TikTok, because timing doesn't matter. Whereas with a YouTube, people do actually go to a YouTube page. Not often, I'll say. But like timing on when you post things and how repetitive you are matters more on something like YouTube than it does on like TikTok. But even shorts are starting to get repetitive on YouTube for a very similar reason. No one goes to the shorts page on a YouTube channel. So yeah, I think that like there's, there can be a funny bit about like DM versus play or whatever. But I also think that it really, it hits on the same thing that a lot of social media hits on, which is like anger, It makes you angry. It's like, oh, how dare the DM do that? Or like, oh, what stupid players. And like all of that sort of like anger content gets shared more heavily. So it's an unfortunate social media thing. Yeah. The Reddit stories are entertaining, but I feel like many aren't real. Yeah. So much of Reddit is like just creative writing. Yeah. Generally something I like. Players find themselves in a scenario. DM reveals a big thing that screws them, most times unfairly or punitively for their scummy behavior. Cue evil laugh for DM. Yeah. Ooh. If you have to give your BBG a twist that punishes player for shitty behavior, you shouldn't have let that game get to that point to begin with. Yeah. Which this is like, I've said it a couple of times, but I'll say it like really like individually and bespokely, not embedded within any other point. I fully and fundamentally, one of the reasons that I started playing D&D and the group that I chose was because of my belief in this, is I do not believe that in-game actions should have an effect on out-of-game relationships and vice versa. The game stays in the game. The world stays in the world. It doesn't matter if someone was late to show up. That does not mean that I then like have all of the adversaries in the next combat target them. And that's obviously a hyperbolic example of like, oh, they were late and I'm, targeting enemies towards them. But that concept of real life things having in-game negative consequences, that can insert itself into the game in insidious ways. I think it is the root of the problem right here, is that the reason that this is going poorly is because of out-of-game reasons. I truly do not believe it is because of in-fiction choices or like in-game choices that the players made. I think it is largely to do, majority to do with out-of-game like factors. And so when that is the case, I will try to be as generous as possible, as giving as possible within the fiction, because I know that if they're acting a little bit differently or a little bit erratically, there's an out-of-game reason for that, and I'm not going to punish them in-game for that behavior. Even though the out-of-game is bleeding into their actions, there's a reason for that, right? It's like if someone's... maybe a better example of like the way that it can sort of insidiously work its way in that's more immediately grokkable is like if I know that like a player's having a really bad day, say their dog just died, and they're not talking a lot because they want to show up, they want to hang out with their friends, play D&D, but they're in a bad place. They're having a bad day, week, month, whatever. And they are a little quiet, right, at the table. And maybe they're a bard. Maybe they're normally the face. If they walk up and, try to do their bard thing and persuade the guard, but real life them is just like not really able to bring it that day, I'm going to be really generous with that DC. I'm going to be really, really generous. If they can't like come up with, quite the right words, I'm going to be really generous with like, just taking their intention from it. Because I don't want the real life to fuck over their character just because they still want to show up and like play D&D and have fun. So it's a, yeah, I don't know. It is trying to not let real life stuff negatively impact the character in the story, because that will carry through beyond the real life stuff. That's my big problem with it. Is that it will carry through and you'll still be like fucked over by it sessions, maybe months later. So yeah, it's and DM versus player is I think an extension of that, but the XP level 3 Sigma DM skits play on this and are super funny. I have not seen a lot of XP level 3 lately. I used to watch him years ago, but he sort of like fell out of my feed a little bit. Mega's the DM most players should have. Thank you. I try to be. Much like my YouTube channel, my community, I want my tables to be approachable. I want the most amount of people to have fun most of the time. There are always going to be exception cases. But I really, I don't know. I'm the same way in social situations, which I've recently realized, and on stream. Like, I very much consider myself like a vibes manager. Like, I just want everyone to be having the maximum amount of fun possible in any given moment. Sometimes the maximum amount of fun is low, and what different people derive fun from is different. So that's why I'm trying to constantly try to figure out what is like fun to that person and provide that. And I don't think that this is fun. I don't think that this will be satisfying, you know? We talked about stream a while back, you liking to be a vibes manager. Yeah, it's just like I don't even know that it's weird because I don't even know that I necessarily like it, but I find it actively, I find it actively troubling to not do. It's like it's not a compulsion. That's too heavy of a word. But it's like, it's something that actively bothers me if I'm not doing it. Which is generous, but also not your responsibility outside of GM. Yeah, which like, this is maybe something I should talk to a therapist about at some point in the in the future. But like, it is that kind of like compulsive thing of like, I wouldn't know how to not do it. I'm always wanting to like raise the average enjoyment and satisfaction level wherever I am. Which is very tiring, but it would be like just a frustrating experience if I didn't. So I don't know. You can't manage other people's feelings. Yeah. This will be illustrative of as good of a person as I think I am. I do have the influencer ego of my gut thought reaction to that was like, maybe you can't. You think maybe I can though? Yeah, dude. I'm just like, dude, if we're being really, really honest, it's not a maybe. In my head, it's not a maybe I can. It's a, you haven't seen me. You clearly don't know me. I'm just built like that, bro. I'm just built that different. Do you feel like you wouldn't be welcome if you didn't always make things better? If we're digging down into the childhood, wherever this was built, probably. But like, no. It's just that truly, at this point, it just bothers me. I don't even, like, I think that most of my friends would be down to hang out with me if I wasn't trying to actively vibes manage. But when I have tried to not, it's like, someone pick it up. Someone do it. Like, that person is being left out right now. Why is no one going over and talking to them? I know it's not my responsibility to, like, rope them in, but no one else is doing it. What's up? What's up? Not sure if you are. This feels very middle child coded. I'm all the children. I'm an only child. I'm an only child. And I will move on from this. But the one thing I did want to say, just to clarify, like what I mean when I say vibes manager, that's making sure everyone is included is different. The corollary to that is I was at a Friendsgiving party, and there was a guy that went, like the host had planned all of these things to do, and a guy, I think he was like the SO, or like, you know, someone that was someone was dating, so like he didn't like really know anyone there, and he went into the other room and turned on a boxing match, and no one else was watching it. And he sat in there alone and ignored all of the activities that were planned and watched boxing at a party of like 20 people. And to me, that is so bothersome. And I actively tried to get him to stop doing that because he was enjoying himself. Like, you know, I'm not managing his feelings. But him just being present and doing that in my brain is like very like negative to the host, and like potentially like friends of the host and potentially to their SO. And like eventually I gave up because he was not having it. But like that was him choosing to not, you know, like be included. But I do view it as my responsibility to the host, who was my friend, to try and solve that problem. Is that fair? Pressure to put myself under? No. But that's... It's not, Sometimes it is just as easy, and honestly, most of the time, it's not that hard. It's as easy as including someone. Which I do think is just like a broadly good thing to do. But the behavior definitely stretches into like, I handle other things that I probably don't need to. Make it to the rescue. It's very childish. Yeah, it is. That would annoy me so much. It was incredibly annoying. But you know, go home and watch it. That's hey, we're all on the same fucking wave, yeah. But that's what I'm more talking about. Is like when I'm in those sorts of situations where I see that, I view it as my responsibility to solve that problem so that everyone else doesn't get annoyed. Because I just generally want the host and all my friends that are there to have a good time, and he is lessening the time for them. And so it's my responsibility to try and solve that. Is that fair, again, to put on myself? Probably not, but it's incredibly, like, that still is rolling around in my brain like 6 months later. I don't think Paige has thought about it since. Because, you know, it's ultimately not that big a deal. But and I think that sort of stuff does bleed into my mindset around D&D, which is why I'm really trying to hold myself back because I want to be even more negative on this moment. But I know that people don't put as much importance on it as on like the vibes management as I do. And I know that there's all of these factors of like the internet and it being a show. So I know I shouldn't be that harsh on this. But it does bother me. It does bother me. Yeah. Yeah. Try to handle the party situation of the host doesn't mean. Yeah. I mean, hey, we're speaking the same language. That's exactly how it runs through my head. Like I said, I think I'm generally like a good, helpful person. I'm not like managing people's emotions to like get what I want. I guess I am, but the thing that I want is for all of my friends to have a good time. So that's, you know, I don't view it as like a evil or negative thing that I am doing. It's mostly just putting stress on myself. Yeah. My brain is constantly at war. But yeah. Anyways.
She right in the face.
I love it. That's her unofficial name. Just some shit. Announce yourself, woman. Thing. Whatever.
All right.
It's more of an evil lid.
Sunbeam.
I just say, I'm sorry, what's your name? Phew!
Okay. From this perspective, you will hit him with your sunbeam.
Well, I can fly, so can I scooch around and
You can just move around this direction and try and do it there. Okay.
Yeah, I
so
don't
burst outward. Just want to make sure you're aware of it.
Yeah.
All right. Roll 2 3s in a row.
And to Matt's credit right there, to try and bring it back to positives and compliments. And I think there's a possibility that he's kind of feeling what just happened. But like him being active in warning her and saying like, hey, if you do the sunbeam from right there, it will hit this person. I'm assuming you probably don't want to do that. And then her just being like, oh, can I move? And him being like, yeah. It's a very good, very normal interaction after everything.
Does not save.
That's right
There we
for
go.
once. All right. So she's blind. That's the cool part. Oh, that's a good roll. Okay, that's 14 plus 7, which is 21. 22, 27, 29. No, 27 plus 4 is 21.
Okay, so as you dart around the side of the area, yes, you see her bloodied. She pulls the blade
31,
out.
31.
Begins hacking at Vax right next to you. You rush around, your hands glow, and this beam of sun energy bursts out. You hear the screaming echo as her body is turned to ash within her armor, causing the armor to clink to the ground. The rope at her side is scattering to the ground as well. She has been destroyed.
Something.
Something happened.
All right.
Hollow victory.
Good job.
All right.
Do I still have any more movement?
You do. You have you moved 5 feet, so you still
It's
have
85.
85 flying speed still. Yeah.
I got pike.
You've got pike.
I got pike.
I wanna. Can I make it to, Big Pharma? I don't remember any of their names, so just use a nickname to come up with.
Gurix.
Gurix.
Gurjax.
Gurix.
Thorax.
Gerblax.
Gurix.
Yeah, you can get like up
your
next to it if you want to.
aspect
Do you want to get up next to him? Like
Yeah,
that?
can I kind of like flank him a bit?
You could fly over and flank a bit this way if you wanted.
Yeah, I want to flank. So
You gotta flank.
Gotta.
You gotta flank.
Gotta.
It's kind of hard to flank without stepping into the mansion, unfortunately, because the door's right there on the
I can
flank.
fly though. I can hover. Can I hover and flank?
Not really. You have to be on the entire opposite side from somebody else. So
Okay.
there's no.
And this is like to hit home the point from earlier about like the unmatched sides in a D&D combat. It's like right now, it's even if Ashley does die, it's very likely that their side wins here in the 6v1, even the 6v2, counting the Ifriti. But the more disparate the numbers are between the sides, the more likely this sort of casualty situation with Pike is to happen. Just regardless of level, the more disparate the number of combatants, the more likely someone is to go down on the side with more combatants.
Real place you can flank.
Even
here,
if that side ultimately wins.
unfortunately.
It's all good.
It's okay.
You're gonna die anyway. It doesn't matter, right? We're all gonna die.
I'll just hover there and look imposing.
Ooh.
Okay.
I will puff up. I'll puff up real big.
Good to know. So you're puffing up real big. We'll say just kind of above, but
Yeah.
get it. All right, cool. Grog.
Right. Not that I don't love being in this river of liquid magma. Could I get out, please?
Well, first you take 74 points of fire damage from being in lava at the start of your turn.
Can I use Stone's Endurance
You can.
against that damage?
Oh,
Wow.
shit.
What does Stone's Endurance do?
It means that all the lava
26.
Turns
26
to
is okay.
the
bullets.
So what's
Be
I was
48.
gonna say glitter.
Be 48 points of fire.
Thank you for doing the math for me.
Lava bullets.
The pain is
It's gonna be okay,
unbearable, but you use it
Ashley.
just fuel your
Okay,
anger as you
okay,
climb out, feeling the molten rock spilling off your body. I imagine you're going to want to move out of it.
Yeah. Towards actually everybody else, where all the danger is, the fun zone. Now
Okay.
I have a question.
You want to flank around this way or this way?
To around this way.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you pull around to that.
What I would like to try and do is, as I get out of the magma, seeing Pike unconscious is the worst. If I try and grab her and head for the door, I have to go past the Pit Fiend.
Yes.
He'll get an attack of opportunity on me. If I'm cradling her, does he get one on her as well?
Generally, attack opportunity is against the creature that's running.
So it'd just be against me.
So it'd probably be against you.
All right. I would like to pick up my buddy Pike and make like hell for the door.
Okay, so you reach down, you grab her using your full action, pick her currently unconscious limp form in your arm, cradling her. You see kind of the wound, the blood across her, and you pick her up and you go running around into the door. As you do, the Pit Fiend.
Hasn't he already burned?
He already
his
took his attack
reaction?
opportunity earlier, so yeah, he does not get one.
Okay, good.
So you grab Pike and move and disappear into the doorway with her.
All right.
Gosh.
Oh, Pike.
Alrighty, that ends your turn, Grog. Vax, you're up.
Okay, I am going to rocket towards the. Just give me 10 seconds to think.
Yep.
Loot crate.
You ready, Percy?
Loot crate.
No,
Kind of.
Just give up damage. Okay, I'm going to rocket into the door. So I've got haste. I've got 120.
And once again, them needing to think, I think, is a broadly good thing. I think they're not overly used to doing it in combat. So that's also why I'm torn on all this, is because like I think broadly the combat is decent. It's just like some of the real specifics there were a little ungenerous. But again, even in a different context, I might be okay with it. So it's tough.
20 feet.
That's fun. It is fun.
Okay,
The
So I'm
Grog
gonna just
cradling
arc into
her.
the door, and if I pass the pit demon, I'm going to use disengage as a bonus action, so he does not. And I'm swiveling.
He's already used his attack.
Oh, he
option.
has.
Yeah.
Oh, and Vex is right next to him.
Correct.
Yeah.
5 feet. I'm gonna stab him in the fucking face as I fly in the door.
Okay, so you fly in
Yeah.
with the strike. Go for it.
Okay. 24 hits.
24 hits. Yep.
Okay, so that is 3 plus this is 11 plus this. 15, 18, 20, 23, 28, 33, 39 plus, where's my 8, 39? 41 as I fly past into the door, use lay on hands twice. There's nothing in the book that says I can only use it once a turn, so I'm going to use the first time I use it to cast neutralize poison on her, and the second time I'm going to use it to give her 1 hit point. It doesn't say anything in the
Now, I'm gonna love it. I want, before Matt even gets there, I want to check, because he's real confident, and that'd be awesome if he's right, because that's a great example of him seemingly like reading his stuff and like knowing his shit. This is the 2024 version. And if he is right, fucking big on him. Big ups for like knowing your shit and seeing a great opportunity to use it. You can restore as an action. You can cure multiple diseases and neutralize multiple poisons, expending hit points separately. It just is as an action, and it lay on of hands is specifically not a spell. So I can't think of any rule that would prevent him from doing this. Which is also, this is a good example of why Smite getting changed into a spell in 5.5 is a nerf. Because now Smite being a spell, it is subject to the whole haste rules. But I can't see any reason that would be. It seems like he did his thoughts and his research ahead of time. Big ups. Big ups. I mentioned it during the most recent Fantasy High episode, the one that hasn't been released yet, Fantasy High 4. But I'll minorly repeat it here. Emily Axford, who I think is so far a really great, very chaotic, but really fun player. And she has said what the way that she like prepares for a session is she like reads over all of her spells and thinks about what would look cool in like an action movie to do with any given spell. And the part that I focused in on in FH4 is like, hey, she's like reading her spells and knowing her features. I'm not, someone that's going to be harsh or negative on someone not knowing their features, not knowing their spells, especially if there's a lot of them, if they're like a full caster. But if you want to do the really cool, really impactful, like top of the line stuff, knowing your shit really helps with doing that. Like if you actively want to level up your play, having your features like down pat, down solid, and having quick references for a lot of them is really going to level up your play. And potentially thinking about this sort of thing beforehand. I think it's very possible that Liam looked at Lay On of Hands at one point and thought about the fact that he gets 2 actions all the time and specifically looked at, would this sort of situation ever be relevant? And so, ups to Liam. This does not imply downs to people who don't, look into their features. That does, I'm not negative on them, but I will give big ups and positives to something like this. Yeah. Pike, Towers made it so clear the priority is Pike. It would make me never hit her. Yeah. Emily's a great example of a power gamer who doesn't drag the table down because of it. She absolutely knows her shit, but always uses that knowledge for good. Yeah. And this is a really great example, I think. And it's just like the fact that she thinks about that stuff ahead of time. That's like that's a level up moment. Like thinking about your character and the things that your character can do in like alternate scenarios. It's half of the reason I like doing Critical Eyes in Fantasy High. And if you're a player, I think it can be very valuable to watch an actual play and just think, what would my character do in that situation? Going through that mental process, which it sounds like, Emily Axford does with action movies, going through that mental process is going to make you a better player. Just straight up. It's maybe not going to be as good as like, playing sessions, but it's something that you can do on your own time, especially if you're into actual plays separately. So big ups to Liam for knowing this.
A book about mount per turn.
As an action, you touch a creature.
As an action?
As an
But I
action.
have 2 more actions.
You use the one to attack.
Can I use the bonus action or
Spells
that?
count as like 2.
You use your haste attack
Okay.
to hit him on the way through, and that can only be used as an attack anyway.
Now that's a problem. That's a problem. I forgot that he didn't do his like bonus action attack. That's tough.
That's the nature of the haste bonus. And you use your action to neutralize the poison.
All right, question for Matt and Liam right now.
Yes.
If I bring her up 10 hit points, right? Poison doesn't bring her down anymore in 5e, it just puts her at disadvantage, correct?
She can't
No, she can't
heal
heal.
because she's
This
poisoned.
poison,
Does not
you're
feel
not
poisoned.
quite sure because
Not
you don't
sure.
know the circumstance.
I'm gonna use 5 points of lay on hands to cure the poison.
Okay, so the poison is removed from her. That is as much as you can do.
Well, if I can only use lay on hands once, I'm gonna throw another dagger out the door into the pit.
You cannot see him from that side of the door.
I can't see him?
No,
The door
it's
is
the
facing
other way.
outward. He's on the other side of the doorway. That is the end of your turn.
It's a good
Have
one.
a
Pike is no longer
It's a good-
poisoned.
Now, the corollary to knowing your shit is also paying attention. That's the other side of leveling up your play, is paying attention to what is happening in the thing. And also, he didn't fully know his shit. And he could have, if he had just not thrown the dagger, he could have done the cool thing. So he half knew his shit, and he got to do half of a cool thing. There's a direct parallel. There's a direct line towards knowing your shit and doing the cool stuff. Because he had all of the ability to do the cool thing there, but he threw the dagger first. Now, at my table, I probably would have let him retcon it, but whatever.
The bulging black veins retract from her throat.
Yeah.
The shallow breath is still there, though fading. Percy.
I lost my list of healing potions, but I think I had a minor potion left.
Are you inside?
I am inside.
I got lots of potions.
I'm gonna grab a
yeah,
potion
grab a
from.
potion.
I was about to say I know I have one, but like everything got
We restocked?
restocked before we went.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna feed her a potion for my move. So
Well, 3 bonus. I know, your action to feed her.
yeah,
Potion.
yeah, that's
Okay.
my whole.
All right, so feeding her just a basic.
Feeding her a basic.
Alrighty, that is a 2d4 plus 2.
All right. Do I still have movement?
You do.
Okay.
Also true. Yeah, he didn't ask.
Holy shit.
That's 5. That's 5.
I'll
Alrighty.
take it.
Pike is now 5 hit points and conscious.
Good teamwork, good teamwork.
Oh, guys.
Don't do that to us, Pike.
Percy, then turn.
No, weird question. How far away is Vex from the door?
Vex is roughly 15 feet.
Okay. I'm going to use half my movement to
Alright.
get to Vex. If this can be done, I'm going to burn my action surge
Yeah.
and grab her, and the rest of my movement to drag her into the hole.
Nice.
Grab her.
3 more feet, 15 more feet, 15.
15 feet will get you inside and get her just outside the door.
Pike?
Okay.
That'll do.
Wait, Pike is.
I thought she was already inside.
Pike's inside.
No, that's
Okay.
me that he was doing that.
So
Okay.
Percy
You
get
want conscious
inside.
too?
No, she's in striking distance of the asshole. I'm getting her.
Yeah.
Out of striking
Correct.
distance of the asshole.
And he's a power hitter.
Okay.
Alrighty,
Aw.
That's my move.
that's your move.
Jesus.
Alrighty.
Oh.
Now it is Gorix's turn. Gorix, who watched his summoned ally get thrown back to the hells through the sunbeam that blasted over the side, looks over to the Ifrit that appears to be now on his side, takes a leap up in between Scanlan and Vex.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see.
Look at his eyes.
I know.
He's real angry at both of you.
I haven't done anything to him, by the way. Not a thing.
You've tried twice to put him in
3
a
times.
magic sphere.
But I've done nothing.
Think of all the times.
As an
you made
intelligent
it.
creature that is very, very familiar with high-level mind controlling or
All I've done is
magic.
perform for him, really.
This is true. This is true. Regardless, he's going to go ahead and take a claw and a bite attack at you, Vex, and then make a mace and tail against you, Scanlan.
Fuck yourself.
I'm going to. Cutting words, the mace attack, right?
Okay, well, wait till we get to it.
Okay.
So the claw against you is 34. 19 on that.
19.
You
Jesus.
take.
I will say, I think that there's an argument. I've been thinking about this lately because one of the things that high CR monsters do to try and, make it to where they don't have to hit, like their individual attacks don't have to do as much damage, is they essentially, they give them multi-attack. And on some creatures, the multi-attack feels normal. But on something like the Pit Fiend, where, you know, they're making claws and bites and maces and tails, I think there is a very justifiable argument to say, well, you know, because of its physical positioning, it has to attack multiple different people, right? Because part of the thing that I'm always looking at with these super like high level things like a Pit Fiend is, frankly, how do I justify it not hitting the same person over and over and over again? Because if it hits the same person over and over and over again, that's how you have someone go down. That's how you burn down one of your players. So there's obviously there's a turn to turn decision making, which Matt was like thinking through with oh, you've done this, you've done that to it, it's mad at you for this. Totally valid, totally cool. But even in turn with the multi-attack, I've become more interested in this thought process of like of like the physical arrangement of it makes this attack with, you know, the mace easier, this attack with the tail easier on like that person or that person. I think there is an in-fiction justification that you can make there. And I've just been thinking through it to like add it to my repertoire of justification, because I always like it to feel like the monster is acting like as intelligently and as wise as it is justified in doing. Just listen to my Vorugal analysis to know that. So with that, I'm always thinking through, okay, that's kind of something I have to balance against the fun of, if this enemy was acting maximally strategically, and it is a very intelligent and it is a very wise enemy, maximum strategy is burn down one at a time, but that's not very fun for the players. The other part of the strategy is confirm your kills, but also not very fun. So I'm constantly looking for sort of excuses to not do that. Justifications that make sense within the fiction that I can point to as a reason that it is not acting like 100% tactically according to the mechanics of the game, you know? This is why I will always bias toward more smaller enemies, much easier to split damage reasonably, immensely easier. To split damage reasonably, yeah. And in general, having similar amounts to more enemies than the players are more often going to work out well, especially at high levels. But that makes it really tough to work in high CR enemies. Like having the high CR Pit Fiend, if you want to work in a ton of other enemies into this combat, like say I wanted it to be, you know, equivalent sides, the other enemies I work in are gonna probably, I mean, I would have to do the actual calculation. I would have to know their levels, but my gut instinct says like CR5 and below. You know, if I wanted to have 6 other enemies in this combat, they're going to have to be like CR1s and 2s probably. So I fully agree with your bias. I'm on the same wave in terms of like where my mind default goes. But strategies around high CR monsters are tough. Especially when you have this many people.
18 points of slashing damage from the claw. The bite attack.
No, I'm not.
Shh. That is 25 to hit.
Okay.
All right. You suffer. That is.
Although I will say, I will put this out there. The fact that they have so many combatants on their side does give you more theoretical CR to play with. So it is easier to include a Pit Fiend or something like that against a party with a lot of combatants. You just have to be careful about when you do it, so that you can still add in some of the Gribblies. And the Pit Fiend isn't so strong that it burns down one of your people. And it still takes some tactical running. But there is something to be said for that. but it's I'm looking for a silver lining. In general, D&D is more balanced for lower parties. Well, for parties around 4. Gets shaky below that as well.
21 points of piercing damage.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm unconscious again.
All right, I need
By
to make-
1 point.
I need to make Constitution
Come
save.
on.
For the poison?
Yes.
Come on, big
I've
money.
got resistance to poison now, because I cast protection from poison on myself.
When you're unconscious, the spell goes away.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Sorry.
God damn
Even though
it.
she was conscious when she got bitten.
Yeah.
The poison damage just knocked her unconscious. The bite hits, she falls unconscious, and the poison through her body.
Yeah,
Straight up
so
6.
it's no, it's 8 because it's a saving throw.
Okay. So you failed at saving throws. The poison courses through your body, and you are now poisoned
All right, gotta pull you in.
and unconscious right outside the mansion door.
Great,
Do the same
tight,
thing
tight,
again.
tight.
Now for you, Scammer.
Yeah, what?
That's going to be the tail attack is a 20 to hit you.
At least we don't
Yeah,
see
of course.
Oh yeah, you just watched that happen.
We just
like,
watched
right
that
in front of the
happen,
door,
so
like,
we now know what to do.
That is
I'm holding my dying friend and I see my dying sister.
33 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
As the tail spins and slams you into the side, you get pushed against the wall
Ow.
where you've been kind of hiding. The mace is going to swing towards you. That is going to be at 25.
Jesus. Well, I'm cutting words in it, but it's not going to do much unless I roll well.
All right.
Come on, Sammy.
I'm cutting words in with a lovely limerick.
Oh, fuck. All right.
There was a young fellow named Brewster who said to his wife as he goosed her, "It used to be grand, but just look at my hand. You ain't wiping as clean as you used to."
what did you give him, Johnny?
Even the
The only
Pit Fiend is
thing I
like,
can think of.
What horror upon us?
even an ambassador to the 9 hells is taken aback by the sheer filthiness of this limerick.
Give him
Go
a
ahead.
D20.
Go ahead and roll your D12.
Man.
Yeah, it's bad. It's 2.
Whack, the mace hits you from the side.
Oh, no.
God damn it.
Just for the sheer lyric.
That is 12.
So it's only me and
11 points of bludgeoning
Scanlan and
damage.
Keyleth outside the mansion right now?
Yeah, we're starting to not like this.
Plus
Guys.
Starting to drop like flies.
16 points of fire damage. Still standing, Scanlan?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
that's going to
Feeling
end the Pit Fiend's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Nothing has worked on this motherfucker. Nothing. What's your sword?
Do the sword! Yes, attack him as you run by him.
I still draw Myth Carver and then I put it away.
No, come on,
I don't
attack
do
me.
things with swords.
Yeah, but it's
But he's
vibrating.
wanting to
It's
hit.
so magical.
If I did something with everything that vibrated on my body, I would be doing stuff all day long, right?
Do you pull the blade from the scabbard?
I did in the last turn. It's still out.
Right.
Yeah.
The second time, as you pull the blade out, you can see it's glowing and it's kind of almost like a tuning fork. It's vibrating at the tip, and
Sam.
you feel like the sword is wanting to
You
guide
should do
you.
it.
It's your call.
I feel like this is a very strong hint from the dungeon master.
No fucking attack him.
I'm not picking up any signs from him.
I think we should just put it away.
My spike
Maybe
needs to
offer
be
him the myth carver to leave us alone.
What do you want to do, Scanlan? Your choice entirely.
I'm going to bonus action heal myself. Healing words level 2.
Okay.
Okay. It's 2 of these. Yeah, that's 3
Come on, it's all
plus the rest.
vibration.
I get 9 points. Husband.
You get 9 points. All right. You feel 9 points.
Great. And then I'm going to let the sword guide me. I'm going to sort of position it around my belt
Like a needle
and thrust forward at the beast. I don't know what to do now. Matt.
Okay. So you used your cutting words feature, so you have all your attacks at advantage, right?
Yes.
So as you
Dude, it's so funny. Slow down for a bit. Sure. It's so funny. What a it's I feel for Matt because like I don't think he would assume that Sam would be so hesitant to ever use Myth Carver, which must be so frustrating for him to like think about in retrospect. Like, fuck, I should have just given him like a robe or something. I shouldn't have given him a sword. And it's like, even when he's giving him these hints, Sam just like doesn't want to use the sword. He's like, I'm too bad with the sword, with his vestige. That's tough. That's tough. I feel for Matt. Maybe have the evolution transform it into something he actually wants to use. I don't know.
kind of let the sword guide you, you feel this energy, this warmth kind of come from the blade, fill your arms, and for a second,
Oh, come on.
you watch and feel the spirit of 100 bards that have wielded this blade course through you. You see many foes that have fallen to its blade and those that have fallen clutching it in their side. And utilizing that, you unleash a flurry. You actually get to attack 4 times.
What?
All with advantage.
Oh,
You got the advantage?
Whoa.
you've had this by your side the whole time.
Okay.
Whatever it is, Matt.
Come on,
sitting
Chicken
on it for
Little.
months.
First one is 24, I think.
Now, where's Smith Carver?
24 hits.
That's real good.
The second one's more than that. I'm not even going to do the math. Third one's even more than that.
Oh
I'm not
my
gonna do the math.
God.
The fourth one is, well, this is cocked, so I'm going to redo that one. It was a 10 plus 9, 19.
The last one misses, but the first 3 hit. Go ahead and roll damage on those.
Smith Carver's
It's like those electric
1d8 and a
turkey
1d6.
cards, you know?
So,
Okay. 5.
Ritz vibroblades.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So we're up to 16.
Okay.
Not very much. Oh, that's good. 20, so 29 total.
29 total. Okay, so as the energy courses through your body, the blade in your hand, you whoosh, whoosh. How do you want to do this?
water blocker.
What?
Are you fucking kidding me?
I get to kill them.
And the only person that saw it was fucking Keelan.
Yeah.
What? Actually? Or is that a fudge? Wait, actually, for real? For real? How much health does it have? 300? Have they done 300 damage to it? Bro, I have heard nothing to me to indicate. I don't know. I'm not gonna the megaphone of clarity. Oh no. It really is a megaphone of clarity when you think about it. That's crazy. Okay, I will put it this way, because I don't want to take the time to litigate how much damage they've done or not. But I will say this feels like a fudge to me, like instinctually. If I'm a player, or if I'm as an audience member watching this, for a few factors. The fact that I can't remember, I noticed Matt actively talk about how the Aranus was like looking fucked up and like looking rough. I'm taking that as kind of like a bloodied indication, below half. I never heard, at least that I picked up, I was watching it fast to be fair, but I never heard that sort of indication with the Pit Fiend. And this is coming at a time where they're all running away. They're just losing. They're losing. They're retreating. They're running. And it happens to be on the reveal of a new power. Feels a little Deus Ex Machina. And then the new power didn't even do that much damage. Like, 29's a respectable number, but it's not like a, whoa, how crazy. So it's interesting. I don't know whether or not it's fudged. No idea. But I think that those are the factors that are leading me towards feeling like it's fudged. And those are important things to know as a DM, what makes your players feel that way, regardless of whether or not it's true. And for me, it is no indication that the Pit Fiend was low health. So he feels like his death is kind of coming out of nowhere. And coupled with the fact, I guess like a 0.5 to this, or I'll do it too. The fact that we did get an indication with a different enemy in the same combat. And there's no obvious reason that they should have been different. Maybe there was a reason in the background, but no obvious reason. A distinct power up to our players, and our players are in the middle of losing. Those four factors, I think, is a power up out of nowhere. We're in the middle of fleeing. Another enemy was narrated as bloodied. This enemy was not narrated as bloodied. I think those four factors are leading me towards feeling the fudge. It's super possible that they've done enough damage. They've been beating the shit out of this guy. But I think whether or not it was fudged, those factors are important to manage. Even if you're playing straight-laced,
This doesn't seem.
The stat says a Pit Fiend should have 300 HP. Does that check out? I haven't been paying attention. That's what I'm saying. We could figure this out. I could go back through the combat and count up all the damage that they've done, and we could get there. And it's also possible that, he rolled the health for the Pit Fiend. So the lowest the health for the Pit Fiend could be is, what is that? 5.5 times 24. 5.5 times 24 plus 168, I think. Oh wait, no, that's not the lowest. That's the average. So it'd be 1. So the lowest the Pit Fiend health could have possibly been, if it was rolled, is 192. It's possible that they did 192 damage. That's what I'm saying. Regardless of whether or not it is, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just found a Reddit post that lists the fight turn by turn. Do you want me to link it? Sure. Why not? Sure. Why not? Sure. Why not? Yeah. Yeah. I have the general chat opened up in Discord because I don't think it'll let you link it in YouTube. But I have the general chat opened. Because I think it's very possible that it was totally legit. But even in terms of, and I'll add kind of a fourth sort of, or I'll do a combo factor to the fourth of not only did the Pit Fiend not act or not, did we not receive any like narration to indicate that the Pit Fiend, I think, was like bloodied or injured or whatever. But he was also ostensibly not acting like he was 29 points of damage away from death. You know what I'm saying? Like that is how much of that health is? How much of his health is that? So 29 over 300. That's like nearly 10% of his health. I mean, he would have known that he was low. You know what I'm saying? So Gurix. Oh, they're assuming that Gurix has 484. Holy what? Round 1 starts. Current hit points. Gurix minus 25. Gurix minus 14, so 484. So they're actually assuming that Gurix is starting with 498. And then minus 14, so it goes down to this. Minus 25, it goes down to that. 47, 91, 36, 6. Holy shit. Percy did a fuckload of damage there. Big B's hand. Gurix minus 26, 21. What was the other one? Oh, another Percy. Another Percy shot. And then Gurix down to 140. Gurix down to 131. Yeah. I mean, this fight has been long. I do believe it, but damn. Yeah. So how much would Gurix dead? Yeah. So where was the last Gurix update before that? Gurix 63. And then Gurix down to 22. Then Gurix to 29. How did they know that how much health he had to start? Because I thought that they would be like backwards calculating it. And so now it's like Gurix is 29, but they say he's 22 here. So I wonder how they know how much health he had to start at 484. Interesting. I don't see any wiki about it being provably fudged. Not sure that the wiki's in the habit of mentioning such stuff. No, and I mean this post seems to have the knowledge right here of Gurix at 498. First pass it. This is not intended to be used to nitpick rules, game decision mistakes, or math errors that might have occurred during gameplay. It's all part of the game and more generally life. Commit to them. Keep moving forward. Yeah, I wonder how they know. Pretty effective round. See, this is exactly what I'm saying, right? This is the. Did Matt ever say the Pit Fiend was looking rough? I don't remember it ever being said, so the kill was a total shock to me. Yeah. That's. I would imagine Gurix only took half damage. Yeah. I don't need to read through fucking Critical Role comments, but yeah. I think that comment sums it up of like if all that math is to be believed, which I do believe, right? I believe that Pit Fiends have an average of, what was it, 300? So if all of the math that they counted up was right at 484, they way overkilled a standard Pit Fiend, right? Gurix had way more than a standard Pit Fiend's worth of health. So it's interesting that it still feels out of nowhere to both me and the commenter and the players. And some to take home. Not necessarily a super involved take. But yeah, I was incredibly surprised when that just happened, and it felt very convenient. But in retrospect, it looks like it was nearly the opposite of convenient. Feels like it was actually incredibly challenging up until this point. Yeah. Interesting. Regarding how much Matt says he does not fudge ever, if it was provable, it would have been a conversation, Twitter at the very least. Yeah. If it was provable, it would have been definitely a conversation. I agree. Crit roll stats said VM hit with 491. Yeah. Maybe he was holding the kill for Scanlan. Possible. I mean, I'm a fan of that sort of thing. I've talked about before. Ryan Immel's rule, his like dramatic timing rule of you calculate the minimum HP and the maximum HP of a given monster. Like if you rolled it, like what is the minimum you could possibly roll and what's the maximum you could possibly roll? And then he never has the enemy die before the minimum, and he always has them die by the time that they hit the maximum. And in between, he'll have them die if the moment is cool. I think that's great. It keeps the intended balance of the game because by the balance of D&D raw, you can roll monster numbers. So it's, very possible for it to have anywhere in that range of health. And then you get to also save it for cool moments. So I think that's a really slick rule, and that could be what Matt was going for here. I don't know. But yeah. I heard that rule from someone else too. Very cool, but I don't know how I'd feel about it. That as a player, I've never pitched it to my players before. I always just use average because it's easier. I'm an average taker, and I've told my players that because while that is cool, it's way more to manage for like any given monster, and I try to derive my interest from other places in the scene. But if you're into that sort of thing, I think it's a good idea. I just don't personally do it. Very fudging though, right? By your standard, the ranges, I think it's debatable. I think it's why you're doing it, because I think that rule actually I would personally claim kind of isn't fudging, specifically because it keeps it within those reasonable ranges. So like it is always reasonable that they could have killed it at any point after the minimum, right? I think that's why the rule is elegant. Fudging, by my like very broad definition, because I do have a very broad definition, is anything that is done to change the balance and the challenge of the encounter mid-flow. That rule is focused on getting the kills on cool moments while maintaining the broad challenge, like the general challenge rating. To me, fudging is anything that is trying to modify the challenge mid-flow unplanned. So I would say that rule specifically is actually not fudging by my definition. Because it's not seeking to modify the challenge of the encounter in any way. It's just trying to place the kill in a cool spot, essentially. Now, it will end up, having this kind of variable or unpredictable challenge, but you're going in understanding that the challenge is going to be a little bit variable, is going to be within a certain range. So that's why I wouldn't consider fudging, especially since it's like the actual range is pre-planned. Yeah. I know that Matt almost always bumps HP just because of his player count. Reasonable. Not sure if there's a standard multiplier uses or if it's ad hoc every time. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not even like. It seems very reasonable to me that it's not fudged. I could have seen it going either way, but it's very reasonable to me that it's not. But I think that one feels more suspicious. And knowing the reasons why, I think, is important. Yeah. Something like, and it seems like it works best if your players. It does seem like it works best if your players are unaware. I would agree with that. It's also something that like I probably wouldn't, even if I was into doing it and like I wasn't so into using the average, I would probably like I would maybe tell my players in like session 0 that I might do this sometimes, but I wouldn't do it all the time, and I wouldn't tell them that I'm doing it all the time. Because yeah, I agree that definitely seems like it works best if they don't know that you're doing it. And again, if you don't do it all the time. I think that's a like special fight sort of rule. Or it's something that if you can do quick maths in your head, it's something that you could like check in the middle of combat, essentially. So if there is an especially cool moment that does a certain amount of damage, you could then evaluate, does it fall into that range, and potentially ignore your pre-planned HP amount. But again, I wouldn't call it fudging because it's not meant to modify the challenge. It's meant to capture cool moments more than anything. Something like that happened to our Pirates campaign. Wait, did I already pull this up? Except it wasn't fudging. Another player brought down a sea monster who had killed the father of PC, and another PC brought down the monster 1 HP, and first PC got the kill. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I didn't realize that Matt ups his HP for baddies, but that does make sense. Yeah. I think if you did it too much, it would feel like you're making the kill about your decision instead of the actions of the players. There's an agency in knowing that my actions dealt the final blow versus that what you decided, hypothetically. Yeah. I get that. I definitely get the agency argument there. And I agree. It's something that you wouldn't. This is me speaking as an outsider. I think it's an interesting rule, but to be honest, I don't use it. Or at least I never have. Maybe I would at some point in the future, but it would probably be an ad hoc decision where I would see something especially cool, especially like because I use average, I generally know when they're within that range, right? And so something like that where maybe it's a really cool attack that doesn't quite get them to the average HP, maybe they're like 5 HP off or something, I pretty much know guaranteed that falls within the range. And so that's maybe an easier one to knock off the extra 5 HP and call it a kill. Or vice versa, if they're at say 3 HP and the PCs do something that like totally fails, or the monster has a feature that like does like, damage back to them. Think like Pokemon Double Edge. And that attack is like the thing that would kill it. I might let it live for an extra turn because the monster killing itself is lame. But yeah. I can only speculate as to when you may or may not use it. I think it's an interesting rule to consider, but I haven't personally used it. So I can't firsthand report on how exactly it feels. Yeah. CR is fully scripted. Fully scripted! Fully scripted. The monster analysis link in general in Discord is a good write-up on crit roll stats. They show the HP average and max numbers, and Matt had the total HP way above that. Whoa, interesting. Yeah. Oh, yeah, monster analysis, Gurix the Pit Fiend, plus the Illuminated. Yeah, interesting. Armor class is 21. Suggested is 19. That's a tough modification. Woof. Suggested HP 300. 408. Max 408. His Gurix was 484. Woo, boy. Yeah, man. Gurix came with the usual Mercer modifications and increased AC and health pool with appropriately terrifying abilities straight from the monster manual. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, yeah, and I would guess that the Pit Fiend and the Aranus, it probably couldn't stand up to Vox Machina. But there's also something to be said here for like, and this is more of a warning. This isn't a saying like don't do this. This is just a warning. It's one of the problems with Vox Machina having so many goddamn magic items and them having so many combatants. Is that we're wiggling so far outside of the normal bounds of balance in D&D that you have to do, what do you call them? Mercer modifications. You know, you have to start playing with this, or you have to, if you want maybe this classic like boss and lieutenant sort of setup, or you have to start getting funky with the arenas or a lot of other, with having a lot of combatants. Just broadly, the further you get outside of the recommended balance, the more risky and swingy any given combat is. The intended balance in D&D, I'm not even saying it's necessarily like good or well designed. I think it's decent. But it's intended to keep things stable. It's intended to have you as a DM look at it if you're in like a 4v4 and know within reason about how deadly a combat is going to be if everyone's rolling averages, right? And the more you like pump them up with magic items that they probably shouldn't have, and the more combatants there are that take them above that 4 number, the more you start to run into these sorts of issues where you start to not be able to predict the combat as much. Same thing if you get further and further out of White Room combat. I mean, the recommended balancing in Xanathar's and the Xanathar's and the DMG don't take into account a ton of environmental hazards. They don't take into account, a certain amount of like traps or ledges or cover on any given map. Those modify the challenge greatly. So the more of this stuff that you do, the more you're getting out of the bounds. I think the more mid-combat updates you need to have, like in terms of how they're looking, the more levers you need to build in to pull as a DM if things are not going the way that you anticipated them going. Not even in terms of like the players are just rolling badly, in terms of like, oh, I didn't understand I did not anticipate the interaction between these two. They're way more powerful than I thought, or way weaker than I thought. So that's what I'm saying. It's more of a warning, is the further you get away from that 4-on-4, and the more you get away from like the standard magic item distribution that the DMG recommends, the more your combats might do things that you are not expecting as a DM. And that might be very desirable. I can see it being very desirable. But this is my warning. I do not really care as a player, and I'd rather not know. I trust. Yeah. If you're, and that's always the thing. And that's why I highlighted it with this. It's looking like everyone is pretty in agreement. All the math checks out that it was probably not fudged, but that final kill still felt weird. So there's a level of, if you want to maintain your players' trust, if you want them to continue trusting that you're not fudging when you aren't, you have to be careful about those sorts of things. In this case, the kill felt surprising, even though Gurek should have been, if he was going by standard monster manual values, he would have been dead turns ago. But the kill still felt surprising. So there's something very, very real to take away from that. If I can't trust my GM in these sorts of things, I'm at the wrong table. Yeah. I feel like VM sometimes underestimates themselves in regards to what they can actually handle. I mean, there is an aspect to this, and this is also a warning. This isn't something you need to do. But if Matt is consistently bumping up enemy stats, then there is a degree of variability in mechanical challenge versus like visual design challenge. This was a tougher Pit Fiend than a standard Pit Fiend, but it was not displayed as like a jacked up Pit Fiend. Like it wasn't like when Keyleth scried on him, he was fucking inserting he wasn't doing steroids and like working out at the gym. We were given no reason to think that this was a tougher Pit Fiend than standard. Pit Fiends are still very scary, obviously. But I think that might be part of why Vox Machina might underestimate themselves slightly, is because there's a little bit of variability in the way that something looks versus how actually handleable it is. You know what I'm saying? To be fair, none of the players would know what a normal Pit Fiend is. Well, yes. But in that case, you need to communicate to them ahead of time how scary this is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you're not relying on the Pit Fiend's, general reputation to proceed it, which I don't think you should, by the way. I don't think you should. I think... What's up? Okay, I'm gonna do this quick, but because I should move on. But I do think this is a very interesting point of they don't know what a normal Pit Fiend is, and so they are just going on the descriptions. I think that Matt describes his monsters fairly faithfully, and I think that, at least I think generally, a monster from the monster manual's visual design mirrors its mechanical design. So like scary things are made to look and appear and feel scary. Even in their out of combat design of like having true sight, the fear aura, all of these things imply a certain level of strength. And depending on how, well designed you think they are, they should imply visually an amount of strength that is about equal with their mechanical strength, unless they're actively subverting, something like a doppelganger. So with that, when Matt pumps up the mechanical, now there's a mismatch. And so that is exactly why I think that they sometimes underestimate themselves, is because they go into combats where the mechanics are very challenging to them, but they are more challenging than the visual designs and the out-of-combat mechanics of the enemies might imply. I think that's the big thing, especially if you're just modifying things like AC and health. These are going to be harder than their designs would imply. So they might underestimate themselves because they see, these things that, visually seem like chump change are actually giving us some trouble. So I think that is exactly why they underestimate themselves. Ease that back end pumping up of numbers and kind of getting away from the standard numbers, which is, I won't even say like a bad thing. That's not me levying that as a critique. I think there's something very interesting in that, especially if you do want to potentially subvert, or if you want an enemy to be stronger than normal. There's also a conversation of like, do you pump up their visual representation? Do you add an out of combat thing that won't really matter for the challenge, but will maybe communicate that this ain't your mama's pit fiend? And do you do that for all of the monsters? Or do you potentially look at some other solutions? Do you look at just having more monsters in any given combat? Do you look at potentially giving monsters magical items or curses or things that are separate from their normal stat block and would be visually accessible separately? Like if the pit fiend wielding the fiery mace, I don't even know if that was a magic item, but it kind of seemed like one. And so maybe that could communicate that, he has a special thing. Maybe he has like gold tipped horns that like glow when he casts a spell. And they're like, oh, is that a standard? I don't think that is. And maybe before the combat, they call that his mark of office. So there's an elevated thing. I don't know. There's some, like I said, I think there is an interesting well to delve into of when you're as far outside of the balance as Vox is, you have to do some extra stuff. And what you do or don't do can have a big effect on how the players feel those things. Yeah. I would rather underestimate myself rather than overestimate myself. It would be more fun to not know I will win over expecting it. I think that's totally fair. I think that's very, very fair. And I think that plays towards particular types of fantasies, particular sorts of quests. Yeah. So I think there's something very interesting in thinking about the Mercer modifications, because he probably recognized that he needed to do it relatively early with this many players, with all their magic items. And what exactly that strategy implies? Not implies. How that affects the feel and the campaign. Yeah.
Very fair.
You only had 22 hit points left.
I'm fucking away from him.
As I slice, I want to slice one wing.
That might have been how they reconstructed the health. Because he said he only had 22 hit points left. Now you can reconstruct everything else. That might have been how they did it.
Off, then the other wing off, and then as I stab him straight through the heart, I will say, "No one messes up a deal with Francois Australia."
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it.
And all of us have just been fucking running.
22 hit points.
Okay.
Yeah, but the vestige got.
And I will say another classic example of an enemy probably not running when I think they should, but in this case, because of the meta factors and wanting to be generous to the players for the meta outside of the game factors, I'm in favor of it now. I would not have wanted Gurix to run, even though he's miles more intelligent than Vorugal, and probably should have left a little bit ago. I'm glad he stuck around. Just purely because of like, you know, trying to be generous to the players.
Used.
As
woke up.
one wing is cloven off on one side, a clean cut. It kind of turns into ash and fire on one side. The other wing darts off, hits the lava, and turns to ash across the top of that. This time, as it's snarling towards you, the voice in your head saying, "I will find you." The blade right through its chest. Its jaw kind of hangs open as you say that. Its eyes go dark, and the body burns in.
You know what? To also cut what I just said, I always forget that devils and fiends can come back, so they're definitely going to be more throwaway with their lives during combat. Much less likely that a fiend or a devil will retreat, given that death is very explicitly not the end for them. So there's also that factor. But yeah, it's much more reasonable for the devils here not to retreat.
Ash and dissipates in the vicinity.
I drop to my knees.
Holy shit.
Start crying and say, I'm so amazing.
I never knew.
I have the power. Power of Grayskull. All right, so I'll shit, that's it? Oh shit, so, fuck, there's a guy, there's a guard, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I can't do anything to him. So, I'll just yell at him. He was an assassin sent to kill the Sultan.
Make a deception check.
Please make a deception check.
97.
Come on, come on. Come on, Bard.
This is Burt Reynolds.
32, 34.
Yes!
That's 18 plus 16, whatever that is. 34.
The Afridi stops his assault on you, like it was ready for another fireball, and as you shout this, it kind of halts. It's taken pause. You're not sure it believes you. Everything that it's seen here, probably familiar very well with the Pit Fiend and the power that it holds versus just one of the Illuminated. And you see it looking over past your shoulder, and you glance over and you see 5 more Afridi kind of walking in the direction that it may have called. It's taken pause, though. Meanwhile, I need you to make a saving throw.
Can I run out to her?
You're unconscious.
No, she's not.
No.
Oh, Percy helped her, right? Thanks.
Yeah. 12.
Good.
Okay. So you're okay for now.
I'm gonna finish dragging her into
However,
the...
you still take poison damage from the pulsing.
So that's an
poison
automatic fail.
That's an automatic
So
fail.
thank God I passed, because I would have just died.
You would have just died, yeah.
Yes.
So I'm gonna finish dragging her in so that we can fix this.
Okay.
Are we out of combat?
Not yet.
Okay, so
no.
I'm sorry. I'm going out of turn then.
I mean, there is the Afridi that's standing there and is currently halted his assault and is kind of assessing the situation.
If we're out of combat, I'll do lay on hands.
We're not out of
Get in
combat.
mansion, get in mansion, someone get in mansion.
So that's in Vex's turn. Keyleth, what are you doing? You're currently up where it was in your elemental form, with multiple Afridi making their way down the road
I
this
got
way.
something. I can wait
Do we
my
just
turn.
try and get in the mansion, or what do we do?
Yeah, mansion.
Mansion.
Safe bet.
Okay, can I, as all part of my speed and everything, because I wasn't that high up. I was
No,
kind
you're
of
like right above that way.
Can I kind of go down, scoop up Scanlan, and both of us bolt into the mansion?
Why Scanlan? Why not me?
Every time you try to pick me up,
Oh.
I say no.
I'm dead.
Right.
though.
Well,
That's
she's right on the
what we've been playing
end.
this
Vex
game
is right on the
2
outside.
She's
the door.
unconscious and poisoned and bleeding out.
Right on the outside the door, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna swoop down and drag her in.
Okay.
Vex will remember this.
All right.
Do I still have an action?
You would have an action. Yes, you do.
I drop my elemental form,
Okay, so you're now back to Keyleth.
and I cast protection from poison on her.
Okay. The poison's no longer pulsing and your veins back.
Thank you.
Still needs a.
Thank you.
I got it.
Thank
Right.
God I took that.
Grog's next.
All right. So back in the case, Grog, you're up.
Can I poke my head out the mansion and see who's still outside?
Yeah. As you poke your head out, you can see there is a singular Ifriti that is standing on the edge there. That is kind of like flaming his hand, crackling, kind of staring at Scanlan, but in a sort of reserved position. And you see about 5 of them just around the corner towards the arches.
I look around. Is Scanlan still outside?
Scanlan is still outside. Scanlan's off in the corner. Gonna see him.
Pardon me, Master Australia. The slaves need hosing down. And I retreat inside the doorway.
Make a deception check, Grog.
Oh no.
Right away, Grog, right away.
13. +1.
Okay. The Ifriti standing there went from unsure if truth to they're fucking lying. And eyes glare back at you, Scanlan. All right, Vex, what do you do?
I scuttle over to my sister then and scoop her head up and give her like a. I'm looking out the door, watching what's happening to Grog, and give her like a gentle noogie and cast lay on hands last 5 hit points to bring her back to
Okay, so
awake.
you're now conscious, Vex.
Well, that sucked.
All right, Percy.
You're alive.
I'm going to hold my turn to wait for the Ifrit to encounter
This way. Is there
Scanlan.
Vanished now?
Oh, and I'll also say that I'll hold an attack if an Ifrit pokes its face in the door.
Okay. So we have more Ifrit heading down this pathway here. All right, Percy, there's your turn. Scanlan, it's your turn.
Hand cone up.
I think I got skipped.
Pike, you're after Scanlan.
After Scanlan?
There's one person left before you.
Oh, so Scanlan goes again.
Yeah, I did actually accidentally miss your turn last time in the mansion. So what do you want to do, Pike?
Okay, do I know that next... Can I peek outside?
Oh, I'm in the mansion now.
she's
You're in the mansion?
Yeah.
She's awake, she's very low.
I've got like 1 hit point.
5.
I've got 5 hit points.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna have what I have left here, which is, let's see.
Actually, let's say it's 1, not 5.
One
better.
thing. You get remember to draw.
Just 1.
Okay.
One
Someone
single.
else
You can do that. You can meet it out.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do Cure Wounds at 5th level.
5th level Cure Wounds onto you, Vex.
I'm I'm just an EMT. She's the doctor. Oh, I guess.
That's why I'm holding my turn. If you can make this go away, I will be very happy.
This is looking very bad.
Yeah.
This is the entire city guard now coming at you.
Oh, Jesus.
That's a book full of shit. Limericks.
Sorry, how much did I heal?
35.
Yay,
35
thank
hit
you.
points to Vex. Looking much better than you did a second ago. All right, that ends your turn, Pike. You're going to do anything else.
I'm gonna stay here in the mansion because I'm useless
Okay.
No.
today.
Scanlan, you're now about to be flanked by a series of Ifrit.
I take one step closer to the Ifrit, putting me within 30 feet of him.
Okay.
And I will hand cone up, and I will sing to him to try to charm him. I'll sing, "My grog don't like you, and he likes everyone. And I should have known that you would try to run. But I got so caught up in my spells, I didn't see that you were trying to rat me out. But I can't do that right now." So I'm gonna cast Modify Memory at 6th level.
Oh!
Fuck yes.
Okay.
10 minutes have not gone by. This whole thing's taken 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
This whole thing's been roughly, I'd say, from beginning about 2 minutes, a little more than maybe. Just from a spatial positioning standpoint. Okay, so let's make a wisdom saving throw. Because technically you're fighting a creature because Rob made it hostile again,
Shit.
it does get advantage on the saving.
Fuck.
Can I use my luck on him? I have one left watching this.
Let me look at the specifics. I think it may be just an attack.
I don't think
I'll
so.
Check, I'll check.
I don't think so.
So I'm going to check you.
I mean, I'm wrong about a lot of things, man.
Mostly.
In-game and out of
Hey,
game.
I'm glad you're using it on enemy rolls now.
There's nothing in that book
Took
that
2
says
years.
he can't. There's something in this book that says something much worse than
Table of
that.
contents?
No.
You should look at the table of contents. It'll make you really happy.
You can also spend a luck point when an attack roll is made against you.
Just attack rolls. All right. That's
So then a little more, really powerful to force things. Okay. All right,
Abuses of the clergy.
That's my favorite chapter.
all right, so
Okay.
cocked.
Come on, come on.
That is 19. What is your spell DC again?
21.
You watch your eyes glaze over for a
MVP.
minute, and the flame kind of flickers out in its hands and drops to the side. What are you doing? What are you modifying?
I'm telling him, you heard this fiend pledge to murder the Sultan. It's the Sultan, right?
Yes.
Okay. You heard this fiend pledge to murder the Sultan, and you joined with us, defeated him. You are brave. You are strong. You should tell everyone this.
So you paint out this whole memory, this image of watching this pit fiend caught by you guys and this this illuminated Ifrit. That this plot was uncovered, the scuffle continued, and you make this entire epic battle where somehow you're the most powerful creature in the universe and tore this thing asunder, practically one-handed next to this Ifrit, and you instill it with the joy and the pride that it just foiled the plot against the Sultan. You watch as its kind of limp self kind of puff up with its hands on its hips, and as the spell finishes taking effect, rewriting its memory, it looks down at you and goes, "You are brave, small one.
Not as brave as you, sir.
Your assistance will be remembered." And he puts his hand out to kind of clasp yours. It encompasses your entire elbow. With a sort of Beastmaster shape.
Noodle arm.
As the rest of the Illuminated kind of swoop in now to catch up, weapons drawn, the one that you were talking to goes,
There is no need. We have thwarted the plot. The Sultan is safe. And these slavers here, and his paltry allies, they helped me stop it.
the rest of the Illuminated go,
Face off, you're blowing.
"Stop blowing smoke." Well done.
You're coming, bitch.
The Ifrit that you kind of cast on kind of looks a little deflated.
No, but seriously.
Points to the ashes there on the ground, and goes to join the rest of them. They're kind of giving him shit. You can tell there's like a rapport with them. They don't fully believe the story, but there doesn't appear to be any intent against you. Through a brief conversation with them, they have no reason to consider you an enemy. And you've, through a single series of lucky rolls and a perfect use of Modify Memory, prevented the probably 10,000-ish.
10,000?
Look at the specific.
Wait, I just want to double check. I still have my attack though.
Oh, yeah.
You did.
Okay, so I can actually hit him and like.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Do that.
Is it more than that?
Decent example. We've talked about like how much to tell your players or what have you. If they have two paths of like A and B and they pick A, don't tell them about B if they, might go down it later. But you can do B if, going down A totally locks off B forever. I think this is a great example of, telling some players behind the scenes stuff that as a default, I would say don't tell them shit. But in this case, it's a really fun thing to tell them that will make Sam in particular feel very cool. And he cut it a little bit with the lucky rolls, which is like, I mean, he didn't roll lucky, but brought it back with the perfectly executed use of Modify Memory, which I think it was. It was a great use of Modify Memory. Really, really good. And look at 50,000 illuminated. I think this is absolutely the part where you tell them the consequences, tell them what they avoided through their clever use, especially if it's not like the development of a villain plot or something like that. Not like if you had said this during the negotiation, then the slaver would have done X, Y, or Z, because that might be things that they can like use later. But just telling them the entire city guard 50k strong would have descended on you, there's no way that they can use that information and it makes Sam feel cool. So it's a good example of when to pull back the curtain a bit. No, but seriously is so good. No, but seriously is fantastic. It's really good. Yeah, there are two Sams. One doesn't know how a sword works. No, I mean it's an amazing play on Sam and the absolute perfect time to encourage it. Perfect time to encourage it. You want to encourage that sort of play. It's beautiful. Yeah. No, I mean at least I can't see another way around it. Yeah, I think you're right, John. So yeah, clutch, really good, fantastic thing to pump him up about. Yeah, really fantastic. Oh,
Everything.
Looking at 50,000 eliminated.
Oh my god.
50,000?
Oh,
I'm going to
we get
saunter over to the pile of ash and see if there's just grab it and see if there's any proof that I can grab that we took care of.
Yeah.
I will join him so I can grab the mallet, the
Mace.
that the pit fiend had. Unless it turned to ash as well.
It did not turn to ashes. However, when you grab it, it is a dull, cold iron mace. It's too large for you to use.
So
Also
for
use
me?
this. Yeah. I mean, you could use it would be disadvantage on attacks.
But he can carry it, right?
You can carry it.
Yeah, it's still proof.
Proof.
Yeah, I'll
So
You
there's
gotta
that,
trade
yeah.
it for the Dawn Martyr.
Like
Armor.
John Henry, Joe.
Yeah.
Is there anything else left of him?
No, the rest of it's just ash. The rest of it just burned away into ash.
What about like his? Didn't he have like a symbol on his chest or whatever?
There is the symbol that he had, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
grab
like
that.
you would find that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
So it's kind of his mark of his station within the embassy.
Like, was he wearing like a leather thong kind of thing, like with
Oh,
flap?
yeah.
That's definitely.
Because I feel like I could really.
Nope.
Okay.
He was just.
Look at the menu. Nope.
You're like
Sorry.
tool belt and nothing
Oh.
else. No.
Is that, do you check for anything else while you're here? Do you check for anything else while you're here? As
we do
apparently
have-
the rest of the crowd is beginning to come back and fill in the arches again.
What about the rope she had, the lasso, the thing?
Go look to see if there's anything left.
I'll fly up there. I'll fly up there and see.
And let's
Okay.
all take
Yeah,
a short
heal up.
rest and then go back.
Okay, there is
In the
her armor scattered across the top of the wall. The bow is broken. There's a longsword, and you do see the rope still there, as well as a pair of nice boots.
I'll grab it all.
Okay.
Nice boots.
Yes.
There's so many fucking boots.
So you grab the sword, you grab the boots, and you grab the lasso. Okay,
Don't
cool.
wear shoes
And
these
I'll fly
days.
back into the mansion so we can rest.
All right.
We all go
Everybody
in the
ducks
mansion.
inside the
Yeah,
mansion.
we go in the mansion.
Take a rest.
All right, and as you guys all duck in the mansion, take your rest. We're going to take a bathroom break here.
bathroom break.
We have a little more story resolution to go through before we finish the episode tonight, so
That was
hold
like a
on just a
2-hour
second.
Yeah, that was
Three
good.
hours.
It was
3-hour tour, guys.
and Scanlan.
Yeah.
We're pushing through. We're pushing straight through because, like they just said, it's just going to be like resolution stuff. So we're pushing straight through. Boots and boots and boots and boots. Boots and cats and boots and cats. All right. And then full screen toggle. Play that
So,
YouTube.
Returning to the circumstance.
Let's do it.
You, Vox Machina, bruised, beaten, and through some clutch timing, and thank God somebody gets initiative at the top of that round. Maybe we'll talk more about this on Talks on Tuesday, because there's some shit that could have gone really wrong if you guys didn't get initiative. Or you grappled in the beginning.
A few times that happened.
Yeah, that was
Oh jeez.
pretty bad. Anyway, while you guys are taking a short rest, so you can go ahead and use as many of your hit dice to heal if you want to.
Okay.
Like most of them, all of them.
We probably should have done that on the break, huh?
Probably should have, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Can
can
you,
Oh yeah, we should.
hook it up.
We should have.
I can sing a song.
Matt was going to say something about Myth Carver that I skipped over. What is that, 55, 56?
We have a little more story resolution to go through before we finish the episode tonight, so hold on just a second.
Your
This
real
is
sword.
Myth
You'll never
Carver,
use.
And it's a woken form.
Myth Carver and
Before I
Awoken.
go in the
Alright
mansion,
guys, real fast, before we disappear.
before I go in the mansion, I gather up those gems that I threw at you.
Okay, got it, James. We are having a giveaway tonight of our Fantastic Friends at Wormwood.
Okay, so it's confirmation that Myth Carver has indeed awakened. Maybe we'll get to see some stuff.
Our mods and folks in the chat room to get your information. Congratulations, and thank you for it. Awesome. So, returning to the circumstance, you, Vox Machina, bruised, beaten, and through some clutch timing, and thank God somebody gets initiative at the top of that round. Maybe we'll talk more about this on Talks on Tuesday, because there's some shit that could have gone really wrong if you guys didn't get initiative. Or you grappled in the beginning.
A few times that happened.
Yeah, that was
Oh jeez.
pretty bad. Anyway, while you guys are taking a short rest, so you can go ahead and use as many of your hit dice to heal if you want to.
Okay.
Like most of them, all of them.
We probably should have done that on the break, huh?
Probably should have, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can
Oh yeah, we should.
hook it up.
We should have.
I can sing a song.
Oh, yeah.
To heal you all by 1d12.
Okay.
On top of what you ever used your hit dice on, you also heal 1d12.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I will sing a song. I will sing, heal thee with a song, heal thee all night, all night, all night long, heal thee. So a 1d12, and then we do whatever after that.
Correct.
What? 1d12 plus what?
Well, he rolls it, so Sam,
Oh.
roll 1d12.
Got it.
It's a 12!
Everyone heals 12 hit points, and then let me know how many you healed based on your hit dice.
Okay.
Fully healed.
All right, Percy's fully healed.
Brings us to.
Oh, and short rest, which means I get all that back, and I get that back.
Hit dice, huh? Okay, lots of math going on.
In the meantime, does anyone look at the items you found?
Sure, I'll look at my stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Boots or rope?
I healed up to 168.
168 on Grog already.
I'm up to full, 99.
Max is full.
99 reboons.
I'm up to 85.
85 on Scanlan. Alrighty.
I am up to 80.
I'm up to 100.
Yay. Awesome. So, boots or rope, Max?
The rope.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pass the boots to Keela to look at.
Okay, so you're going to pass these over to you guys.
Okay.
Do.
Oh god.
Ooh. Here you go. I passed this to you so you could look at them.
Oh, nice.
This is the rope of entanglement. The rope is 30 feet long and weighs 3 pounds. If you hold one end of the rope and use an action to speak its command word, the other end darts forward to entangle a creature you see within 20 feet of you. The target must exceed a DC of 15 dexterity or become restrained.
Can you read that slow all the time?
And then you take an attunement slot.
It was the
You can release a creature by a bonus action.
best of
Target restrained by the
times.
rope can use an action. I'm just trying to.
I've been thinking about. I think I might make a maybe a short, maybe a whole long. I've been thinking more and more about evolving items. I think they're really fucking cool. I think they avoid a lot of the issues of. A lot of the potential issues of magic items, because I fucking love magic items, but they have some like distinct downsides that I think Vox Machina is sometimes running into. And evolving ones are really a good way to kind of approach that consistent power up without having to overload them with so many individual ones that they have to keep track of. Yeah. I like the vestige design in that way. I like it a lot.
So, yeah, so you can essentially release the rope as an action to approach a creature within 20 feet and it tries to wrap it and restrain them.
Do what you did.
Which essentially be grappled.
I'm
Restrain.
restrained.
Grapple just means their movement is brought to 0. Restrain means their movement is brought to 0. Attackles against them have advantage, and attackles that they make have disadvantage.
Oh, wow.
And they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Does
Basically,
do,
like,
do
And it's
a,
a bonus action?
it's an action.
But also, has Matt not learned anything? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe when he was bemoaning the hand cone of clarity earlier, he was just bemoaning the design. Maybe he wants them to have fuckloads of magic items because the reward for this was a magic item, and he's giving them 2 others. I mean, they're loaded down, man. I don't know. Not my preference. I think it has more negatives than positives, but it does have some positives to give them this many. So, and they're clearly committed to it at this point.
Ranged attacks also have advantage?
Yeah, attacks against them have advantage.
Oh! So you grab something and we just start wailing on it from a distance.
Well, grapple is different from restrain.
Yeah, no, like what a
With
good
a rope,
idea.
yeah, you can do
With
that.
the broom,
Oh,
she's
there's
a
a
hang
rope?
woman.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Do your own moving gallows.
It can be destroyed.
They can be
It has 20
destroyed.
hit points and an AC of 20.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh wow, yeah, no, there's a lot.
Is it limited by the size of a creature?
This is a historical
Yeah,
collection.
I would say it can only restrain one.
Yeah.
But I can't restrain a fire jack?
Probably not gonna work on Thordeck, just saying.
I would never use that.
These boots appear to actually be boots that looks like my people might have made. They are boots of spider climbing.
Boots of awkwardness?
So the wearer can spend an action to cast spider climb on themselves. No concentration required, and the effect lasts for an hour. Spider climb lets you
Walk on walls and
Spider
shit.
climb. Yeah.
Oh shit.
So
I've had that before.
yeah, I go to Percy. He's waving dibs.
Yes, no, this is definitely for me.
Yeah, climb up to a good master.
Does anybody want this rope?
Hello.
You want the rope of entanglement?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good
I
idea.
healed to 74 BTW.
Oh,
Take
yay,
a bite.
Ashley.
Did I say what I healed to? I did, right?
You did, yeah. Alrighty, so as you guys finish your short rest,
be close anyway.
you have you've kind of taken in the circumstance. You've narrowly avoided a very, very bad situation
Yeah.
with the city.
You know, I thought that the guards were going to show up way sooner. We lucked
I did
out.
too.
They've got a low response time in the city.
A couple minutes. That wasn't bad. It was only a couple minutes.
This is
It
true.
was only a couple
Better than LA.
minutes. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Love our boy.
So,
It's a big city.
what do you guys want to do?
We're inside the mansion.
So
What do
inside the
we wanna do?
mansion, you still have the two slaves you acquired.
Yeah.
You,
Oh, we should
Asimov.
talk to them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They're not in chains though. Did the servants get the chains off of them?
The servants did take the chains off them. They're both kind of just hiding in the back of the foyer as you guys are resting.
Go on, Beck. See what they want.
All right. I wander over to them. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. What's your name, darling?
They both seem a little more relaxed than when you first spoke with them. I'm Kior. He is Hunin.
Kior and Hunin?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course.
Whatever you need.
How long have you been captured?
Maybe a year.
Oh no. And where did they take you from?
We were taken from our mother on the poorer side of Therinus.
Therinus? Where is that?
It's in Wildmount.
Oh, okay. We know where that is. Yeah?
Huh? Wait a fucking moment. It's not some Outer Planes bullshit. Wait. Go back. What the fuck? I did not think they were going to be important. I was barely listening.
How long have you been captured?
Okay, wait. Scanlan's boys have been slaves for about a year.
Maybe a year.
Oh no. And where did they take you from?
Okay, wait. I don't know what just happened there. Taken from their mother on the poor side of Theranos. Man, stop. What? How else am I gonna remember them? They don't have names. What, do you want me to call them Scanlan slave boys? I don't think that's better. Scanlan's angel boys. I see. Is that makes more sense. Okay. Scanlan's angelic boys. They just said their names. I don't know if they did. What names? I didn't hear it. Kior and Huden. Here we go. We'll clarify. Kior and Hunin. You could just call them angel boys, but how would I know which angel boys in that case? They could be any old angel boys named Kior and Hunin. If I feel like this is value add, and you guys are being crazy. I think you guys are being insane right now. Angelic boys made them sound like Catholic choir. That's worse. No. Fine. Saying Scanlan boys gives off the wrong implication. You think? I don't understand what you mean. I don't get it. Because there's so many angel boys. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe Garmelie was an angel boy. He could have been anything for all we know. What was it? Artagon? Artagon sounds a little angel-y. I'm just saying. Box is all about those young boys. They are. Scanlan is, at least.
He is Hunin.
Kior and Hunin?
Yes.
Okay.
The rescued boys. Well, that's
Whatever you
just...
need.
How
That's
long
too
have you
logical.
been captured?
Maybe a year.
Oh no. And where did they take you from?
Theranos. Okay.
We were taken from our mother on the poorer side of Theranos.
Oh, Theranos. Okay, not Theranos. Theranos. Okay. God, Matt just loves putting the emphasis on the middle syllable. Emphasis on the middle syllable. With the Theranos, not Theranos. Theranos. Artagon.
Theranos? Where is that?
It's in Wildmount.
Oh, okay. We know what that is. Yeah?
Yeah.
They're from Wildmount?
Yeah?
She sold us off.
She sold you?
Are we going to Wildmount finally? Oh, no, we're not.
You are special.
You're different too.
All of us are rather different.
Wait. Wait. Their mom is from Wildmount and sold them, and they're angel blood? Is this like a really dark version of like the Virgin Mary? Did she fuck an angel and then sell the Jesus equivalents into slavery? That's fucking dark, Matt. Holy shit.
I hate that music when I'm talking. It makes me creep down.
Sorry, I'll
Change
stop
the music
playing.
for you.
What are you gonna do to me, you creepy little boys?
I've changed the music for you.
Twins and shining.
Yeah, right.
Wait, did we get their names yet?
Yes, Kior and Hunin.
Oh.
Well, would you feel safe going back to them, or would you like to be with us for a while? To your mother, I mean.
You can see Hunin, who's being really quiet, and is basically just letting Kior talk, and you get the sense he's probably more talkative of the two. We have no real care or love for her for what she's done.
Understandable.
Whatever the fates bring us towards, I suppose we'll walk that.
Well, they've brought you towards us, darling.
He still seems uncomfortable and like very much like, what are you going to do? He's
We're not slavers.
Waiting for the other shoe to drop, essentially.
We don't want you as slaves. If you'd like to stay with us, we can try to keep you safe. At least we can get you out of this fire plane. if all things go well.
Looks over to Hunin and kind of looks at him and shakes his head. This place is terrible. If you know a way out, please take us with you.
How do you feel about snow?
I like snow. Where we're from, there's lots of snow.
Oh, that'll do then.
There's a very nice city where we came from. You might be able to start a new life there.
Okay.
How old are you?
Both about. And see if to think for a second. You get the sense they probably didn't have a very good education either, where they came from.
Respect.
About
15.
I think I might be that many.
Well, you come with us for a while, all right?
yes.
All right. Did you eat some chicken? Have some chicken.
The mansion stays up for 24
Put some meat on your little bones.
The other special servants come and kind of take their hands and lift up and lead them towards the kitchen, where they both excitedly seem to enjoy the prospect of fresh food.
Eat quickly, though, because we'll probably be leaving soon.
We could leave them here while we go do our business.
We don't need to check back in with Senokir. He already has a way to get a hold of us. We'll come.
So we could just go straight to...
Yeah.
Okay.
If you guys are fine with it, I think we can check back in to repay our debt to Senokir at another time.
We need to get our
We need to get the armor.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Go to...
But we
Shit.
can kind of stealth there, get the armor,
Sure, yeah.
and then get out.
Okay.
I would be.
Then bring them here.
Wait a second, though. Grog.
Yeah.
Does that magic bucket you have, does it make champagne?
No.
Does it make ale?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Pour it out. I walk over to Scanlan, I grab him by the face and cheeks.
Don't hurt me.
Look at this guy. And I scoop him up and I put him on my shoulders and I walk over to Keelan and I say, look at these fucking two. To Scanlan and Keelan. The two biggest fucking heroes I know.
No, don't,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
You guys are pretty amazing.
No, you can
Yes.
do it. It's awful.
Shit, I'll drink to that, and I take the jug and I stick my face in and I go, beer! And it makes 4 gallons of beer.
Yes. And can I just say, thank you, Scanlan. Thanks, Keelan.
Thank all of us.
We
We
didn't-
did this together.
We did do this together. We didn't do anything that you wouldn't have done for us.
He's gonna drink all the beer if you don't stop.
I will say, sometimes I find Liam's role play to be a bit much, but to give just like an unabashed compliment, he is good at consistently wrapping people into roleplay. At consistently finding reasons to have short little roleplay segments and sequences. Because I think a standard party would have just brushed past this. That's combat, that's the quest, that's what you do, we're adventurers. And Liam is really good at taking a moment, smelling the roses, so to speak. He is good at stopping and saying like, "Hey, we just did something," and not out of character, even in character. You know, I'm sure that they were celebrating a little bit during the break, but he's good at bringing that in. Because I think most of them and most players that I know, you know, they'll celebrate a little bit out of character, but then they're kind of done celebrating out of character, and so then by the time they get back into character, they're moving on a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Compliments to the chef. He's he's good at remembering to think about him and themselves as normal or as people, and like remembering the emotions that they might be experiencing in the fiction. At times where it might it might be hard to remember. And I agree with you, Topaz. I also think that occasionally he overdoes it. But I think I'd rather him overdo it in the way that he does, at least. If we get what we get from him and he overdoes it a little bit, I'd rather that than him, do it much, much less or not at all. Even to the extent, that the other characters do it. Because the other players do that sort of thing, just not nearly as much, and with as much consistency in the low moments. I think that Liam is good at bringing them back into their characters when they're getting too in their shit and in their heads and in their sheets. I think he's good, like right before big moments, kind of bringing them back into the role play, allowing them to inhabit their characters a little bit more. And sometimes, yeah, I think he definitely doesn't always nail it, but I think he's generally pretty good at it.
Oh, wait, is there anything left?
There, sloshes a bit. There's enough for like half a cup.
Oh.
For everybody or just one?
For one.
half cup? For one half
come on,
cup?
man.
Is that
I
all
take
it
a
does?
sip.
Or
I
it
take
Four
a sip.
gallons of. I'm a big guy.
We have
Take a teeny sip.
we have a
Would you like
wine
a little
room
sip
here.
of
yeah,
it?
chicken wine.
We have a wine cellar.
You there, blue fellow.
Not a fellow.
Take a
Not
sip.
a fellow.
Okay.
A lady.
Pass it down. All right. So should we take the boys with us then? Because we're not necessarily coming back here.
Yes.
Probably a wise
Alright.
idea.
I have just enough room in my spell bus
To get us all back?
take us all back.
Well, then I bamf trinket back in the. Well,
magic
I can
school
bamf him back in when we. I'm gonna leave him out for a while.
Okay.
Let him stretch it out. He's been confined for a bit. You did so good in that fight.
Rubs against you. Seems pretty proud.
You did better than your mom. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up to the
True.
corner. I've still got Scanlan on my shoulders, and I'm gonna invert my hands and grab him and turn him upside down.
Spider-Man?
Yeah. Hey. You know, I'm teasing, but you are an amazing man. You are a hero.
That means a lot, Vax. I
shut him up and I kiss him.
upside down Spider-Man.
I knew it.
Just take it. Just take it.
I
Take
knew-
the compliments, you fucker. Take
All
them.
the sex facts.
That's not the first upside-down elf man kiss I've ever had. But it's probably top 3.
I go to his cheek. I go to Scanlan's cheek. Pat, pat, pat.
Oh,
I can't
jeez.
take that much damage.
That's okay. Do one for me, please. I'm gonna go find my sister. I'll talk to you later.
Hoping a great big sand moment. All right,
Back out the door.
back out the door. So you guys gathered your things. You gathered your 2 companions.
Yes.
And you.
We should probably like slave ourselves up again.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Are we
We don't
still
have to go
Vax and
far,
Vax?
right?
Technically, we never.
you got- yeah, you still have the
did that.
illusions.
You still have the illusions.
Oh,
but
you
I'm saying-
kissed Keelan in the middle of that fight.
Absolutely.
That is weird.
You totally kissed your sister.
Nasty.
And then right now, just planted one on a flaming, dark-skinned, bearded fella.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It
Hey
did
guys, that's
extreme
your
with his
hang up,
taste.
not mine.
I feel like I'm learning so much about you. Vax.
My name is pronounced Liam.
All right. So as you guys gather your things, you make your way back out into the thoroughfare of the Arches, where you can see there's now a heavier patrolling guard of Illuminated in the vicinity.
Do we put our
I walk
chains
up.
back on?
Yeah,
I
the
walk up
collars.
to Percy
Collars,
before we put our horrible chains back on, and I grab his hand and I give him a peck on the cheek and whisper, "Thank you."
You're welcome. And yes, that was weird for me too.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
just weird right now.
Just a peck.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's weird.
And I, after my bit with Scanlan, I put the ring back on and spent the next 20 minutes attuning to it.
Right.
And she hears behind her, oh, thank you so much.
I go, "Oh,
Wonderful.
You get an elbow right.
No, she's got to roll for it with disadvantage because I'm invisible.
straight behind
She's
me.
grown up with you. She knows exactly where you're going to whisper.
Right.
Oh, your hair is so white and beautiful. I'm so in love.
Go away.
All right. As you guys begin to make your way, backtracking to the location of Joriel's building, without incident, though there are a few tense moments, you guys just kind of stay in the public eye. You've watched how other people walk back the city. The lack of communication from folks that don't seem to be on the upper echelon, and avoiding as much of the Illuminated as you can with their flaming amulets. Eventually find your way back to the large, slowly spiraling black and gold abode of Joriel. The door has the same knob in the front. You knock, the door's lifted, and the 2 fire giant slaves greet you and lead you into the home. There, across the way, on the other side of her large desk, still waiting, arms crossed, fingers intertwined, you see grinning, the ever opulently dressed Joriel, waiting for you all to approach quietly with a smile on her face, her eyebrows tensed and furrowed, expecting either a sweet victory or word of a sweet defeat. In either way, she wins.
You should just slam that move.
We
Yeah.
have the
Yeah, I was
necklace.
to say, take out the necklace and throw it at her feet.
Yeah.
Or on the table in front
On
of
the
her.
table. She reaches down and plucks it and dingles. She looks at it. So it is done then.
If word has not reached you by now, honestly, I'm quite surprised.
I'm not. We were super stealthy as requested.
Yeah, we were.
But, you know, word of mouth, it's a small city, you know.
Died in disgrace as well. Plot to overthrow the Sultan.
A disembodied voice says, totally.
You can see the brow unfurls ever so slightly in a look of peace kind of washes over her face for a moment. She takes the small amulet in her hand and clutches her fingers around it and closes her eyes. And you've done me a great service this day. And you have upheld your end of the bargain. And for this, I thank you. She pulls a drawer open in the desk and plops it in there, slams it shut. I absolve you of the ownership I have against you. My servants will collect your necklaces, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the plate mail as well.
Ah, yes. My apologies. It's been a long day. She reaches up and takes the armor and keeps it there and sets it on the edge.
Just curious. What do you say we play one hand?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's take it.
I think we've done enough.
Just for fencing.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Now, the deal is done.
Oh. I thought this was a 1x moment. No. We were at 5-5. We were at 5-5. Sorry about that. I misunderstood. Oh, wait. There we go.
Get out.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Do you mind? Would you care if we just do a little teleportation spell in your living room?
I would recommend doing it towards the foyer door.
Right, because you've got. Thank you.
Yep, good
Thank
day.
you. Do you want to put it on now, Pike? Or do you want to put it on when we
Oh my God, that's right. It's for Pike.
Put it on.
We came all this way.
Well, okay.
Okay, so if you guys help her get out of her armor.
Yeah.
The giant's kind of awkwardly watching from a distance as she's down to her
I'm
skis.
gonna hold up a towel. So
Yeah. I hold
Well,
it.
like, she doesn't have to get fully naked. She's not naked under the armor. There's padding and stuff.
Chafing.
Yeah.
Oh, she's hardcore. I don't know.
Fucking painful as shit. Itches everywhere. But the plate, which is, it's about human size. It's too large for Pike, and it gets loose when you get inside of it. It's kind of hanging off of her. And once you get the last piece of the armor on, she looks like a child wearing her parents' clothing. And with the creaking sound, all the armor snaps to her form. And you watch as the beautiful brass scrolling across the armor itself begin to brighten. You can see bits where the scrolling kind of glows with this kind of pulse, almost like an internal fire, and the rubies gleam. And you see the air around her just begin to distort, like the air distortion over a hot flame.
Oh my gosh!
we gotta read it to you. We gotta read it to you.
Rubies all over you and stuff.
Well, completionists, we fucking did
We
it.
did it. Okay. Legendary weapons.
Laura,
I can't really read.
Laura will read it in Ashley's voice.
Yeah, Travis, read it in Ashley's voice.
Oh, beautiful brass scrolling and priceless.
That's all right. That's all right.
Beautiful brass scrolling and priceless cut rubies adorn the silver set of armor.
Don't read the whole thing.
Oh, no?
It's up to Ashley if she wants to.
Oh, well, okay, I
We're
won't
gonna
read it
text it to
all.
Ashley to read
Yeah,
it.
she's getting it right.
Okay, text it to Ashley. This is.
She's got it.
The
Okay,
speed of
so
internet.
Ashley can read it out loud if you want
Loot
to.
crate.
Travel.
Okay.
Faster than reading the crate.
So what? Not to be greedy, milady, but what's the story with that ruby shield?
So you start walking up wearing the armor, you just want to ask her this question.
I just feel like it matches. That's my only reason I'm asking.
Both of her hands reach up over the desk. Like, you can barely see her from your vantage point. You're so small by comparison. Both of her hands reach over, grasp the edge, and she leans forward, looming over you. Her large, grinning, dark-skinned, vibrant red hair, braided, adorned with jewels and metallic bands of platinum. She kind of leans down.
It is not for you to worry about. Now, leave me to my collection. You've already taken one from me.
Well, I mean, it wasn't taken from you. Okay. Thank you so much.
You look awesome, Pike.
You look amazing, Pike.
You look awesome. What's it
Is
do?
it actually hotter in that armor? Is it like, are you sweaty in there?
It's actually very
No,
comfortable
it
and
feels,
quite cool.
it feels great.
Yeah.
Can you read what it says,
Am I
Ashley?
quiet?
Is it sweat wicking?
Is it quieter than her other mail?
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
No.
It's
Still-
still loud.
This shit is legit.
Still pretty loud.
Should I read it?
Yes, please.
Read it.
Read
Okay.
it. Read it.
So, beautiful brass, scrolling and priceless. Cut rubies adorn this silver set of armor, worn by the high priest Duana of Pelor as she fell in the battle of Gorge Ranas. While wearing this armor, you gain a +3 bonus to AC. What?
Oh, that's not the best part.
It's better.
You cannot be frightened, and you gain resistance to fire damage. And when you are struck by a melee attack, the attacker suffers 2d6 points of fire damage.
What?
Just for hitting
What
you.
in the world?
It gets better.
If you are knocked unconscious by an attack or spell, a blast of healing flame surrounds you. You immediately regain 5 hit points and are lifted to your feet.
Yeah!
What?
All
There's more?
soldiers within 15 feet of you must
Oh my god, this is so much better than anyone else's. Dude, I mean, maybe Liam's or maybe Vax's now that it's awakened, but holy fuck, that's a good item.
make a dexterity saving throw or take 66 fire damage, half damage on a success, and once you use this ability, you cannot use it again until the next dawn.
Wait, so what? So if someone kills her, they hurt more.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. That's crazy. That's crazy. It has the fucking parry app just built into it. Okay, I'm going to copy all that. That's crazy. Maybe I'm crazy, but that seems like just the best vestige that we've seen yet. I'd say even including Vex's or Vax's now, even with the wings, I think that's still better. That's crazy. Yeah, guest special shop privilege. Guest players get the best gear. Precisely. That's wild.
She bounces back from
It
death
hurts.
Yeah,
one time.
That's
on
fucking
attack.
From unconsciousness.
Yeah.
From unconsciousness
Yeah.
one time.
If they hit her, they take damage.
Yeah, a lot.
If she goes unconscious, they get like blasted.
Clank, clank, clank.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
That's pretty sick.
That is
man.
She'll outlive us
amazing.
all.
And yet there's
Yeah.
more.
What the heck?
It's a good vestige.
It's a good
That's
vestige.
amazing.
When it awakens,
Hey,
she
you guys, we
becomes
got all the
a dragon.
vestiges.
We got all of our legendary weapons.
That we know of.
We know of.
What happens if we all put them together?
Yeah. Can we do
Do
that
we
real
go
fast?
wait, should we go
Should we go home?
Let's go home and do
Okay,
that.
let's go home.
Let's try to stack ourselves
Yeah,
in
we'll
some
take
sort
them
of
all,
weird
put them
pyramid.
together.
Yeah.
All
Maybe
right.
fit.
Oh wait, are we going home or are we going?
To Fort Daxio?
Or should we go home first?
Daxia.
Do we need to check in with the creepy guy?
We can come back for him.
Really? We don't
Are you
need to
gonna
check
blow
in.
off Senokir?
I gave him a bracelet.
He's got
He
the-
knows
where we are.
He
Hey,
knows
man.
where
I
we
don't
are.
want him coming for us.
I gave
Don't
him
we
the bracelet.
owe him something?
Yeah, but we
You
can't
know
take care of it right now.
You know,
And he
we'll-
already mentioned that if I gave him the bracelet, so he knows where to find us. As soon as we
Yeah.
kill Thordak, we'll come back and make good on
Yeah,
homework.
if we survive, we'll send him like a jelly of the month club.
This does not seem like a good idea. If we are in mid-Thordak battle and he shows up to collect, we're
We're
fucked.
Senokir?
Yeah, I would.
We don't know who he tangles with.
I'd button it up.
Well,
I'd
just say, well, if we go back though, then
What if he
wants
needs
to
a
cash in
favor?
right now?
And we like it wastes more time.
I mean, I gave him the bracelet deliberately.
I don't think that meant we're gonna leave the fire plane and before we settle the favor that he constantly reminds.
Look,
that
let's
owe.
go and we didn't have the time to come here, period. So let's go talk to him and ask him if we can have a few days to get back to him. At least die, problem
Yeah,
solved.
make us owe him another fucking
we-
favor.
yeah,
for
May
that.
I also recommend that we leave the children out of that room?
Yeah,
Okay.
remember we're dragging children everywhere we go.
Can you send those children back to...
The mansion's still up, isn't it?
Mansion is
Yeah,
No,
but
we
it's
have
in
to
the
walk all
middle
the
of
foot
a
back.
slave.
Walking all over
23
wastes.
hours.
Look,
Just bring the kids with, man.
He mentioned, let me give you a trinket in case you all leave, so I can find you again.
In
He's
case.
but he's expecting it.
Yeah, but then we put it in his court when he shows up. Favor
It's a
is.
bad idea to just be like,
Let's just go
we're
back.
all done. We just got to go do a thing. You know
Wrap it
where
up.
we are.
Button it up.
We'll be right back.
But what if he tries? All right, I guess we can talk to him.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid he'll try and cash in on it right now.
He
and
might.
let us
He
leave.
might.
You might.
He might.
And then we'll settle this.
He might.
It's not that we don't want Garth from Wayne's World to have anything on our heads.
Also, I mean, we're mostly nice people, but I'm pretty sure Grog will crush him like an accordion. So we're not going to do that, but we can set the terms of the favor a little bit.
All right,
A little bit.
then let's fucking go.
Let's go get Senokir.
All right.
How far the walk is
So
it?
honorable.
It's. I'd say with you guys not having a guide and trying to just go off memory and go through, it'll take you about a little over an hour. But you do find it.
All right.
And it's the establishment you now see from the other side. There are 3 different types of languages written up at the top. One of them is common. This is Flame Garden, and that is the name of his jeweler's business. As you guys come to the front doors, which are actually open for business, there are no customers in there at the moment. And you see Lieutenant in the back is currently working on some sort of crafting circumstance. Has a heavy kind of looks like a jeweler's visor type setup with a number of magnifying circular glasses set up. And just currently grinding something small against the piece. You see Senokir is just off in the corner, currently going through papers. And as you guys step inside, glances over. So, hello. It's good to see you so soon. Can I help you?
We just wanted to make sure.
I believe that it got nerfed. I absolutely believe that shit. I mean, it's hey, don't get me wrong. I'm all about powerful legendary items. That sort of shit is what I was expecting when they got the Ravens, the Raven Queen armor, and then it was just like you can change your resistance once a long rest, and I was like, oh, okay. And then it got wings, and it made a lot more sense. But I fully believe that would get nerfed. It just does so many things. It's like if it did any of these things individually, it's like +3 bonus to AC. Okay, yeah. Set that, and then give it one of the other things. You cannot be frightened and gain resistance to fire damage. Cool, we can end it there. And then they also get the 2d6, and then the healing flame, and that's a lot. It's cool though. It's cool.
We are about to head home, and we want to make sure that you know that we have not forgotten that we are indebted to you, and that we plan, quite possibly, if it's amenable, about contracting you for services in the future as well, in your more common field.
That could very well be amenable. I am glad you returned. For if you are on your way, this would be a good time for me to ask for you a favor.
Okay.
He turns around and goes
God.
behind an area, moves a couple things around. Seems to hear the clicking of something unlocking.
If you want some autographs, I mean, you don't have to be so shy.
But you're sweet.
Oh,
And he pulls out this small dark box. It's about this big.
what's in the box? What's in the box?
Here, I want you to take this and do me a favor. This we'll consider our debt cleared. Yes.
What is it?
What is it?
This box contains the ashes of my late wife, Zafin.
Oh.
I've kept them for years and have been intending to make a trip to Vasselheim and bury it beneath the birth heart, in the abundant terrace where she once lived and toiled as a girl. I would hope that you do this.
and I would consider our pact complete.
No shit.
That's it.
Wow.
What a nice, sweet man.
Senokir backstory reveal is super sweet. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I'm just waiting for the reveal that he was never married. Bum bum bum. Beneath the birth heart? And she toiled as a girl? Complete? I don't know. This seems like... I don't even necessarily think it's super insidious. Is where... No, this gives me the gut instinct that whatever's in that box, burying it where he said to bury it is a bad idea. That is what I am getting from this. I feel like his wife is like a horse. Not a horse, but his wife is like a monster. And it, like, you know, burying her under the birth heart is going to resurrect her in the Abundant Terrace. Like, and then it's going to release this monster upon Vasselheim. Because no one can get into Vasselheim through their big, thick walls. His wife is a horse. You're so right. And yeah, I feel like this is secretly he's tricking. I think he's tricking them into being mules. I think that his wife's ashes are the equivalent of a bomb. And they are going to smuggle it into Vasselheim, getting past the walls and the security, and then, dude, what if it's just smoke powder? It might literally not even be ashes. It might just be an actual bomb. And he just wants to blow up the Abundant Terrace. And, like, maybe the only part of this that is a lie is that they are the ashes. Although, maybe there's no lie. It does contain ashes mixed with fucking gunpowder. And it's literally just a bomb. And it maybe has, like, an arcane, like, remote fire trigger or something. And so they bury it underneath the Abundant Terrace. And then, like, 10 episodes later... This just in, extra, terrorist attack in Vasselheim, somehow snuck in, blew up the Abundant Terrace, and has now Vasselheim in crisis. Any donations to the starving people in Vasselheim, taking here. Like, that's, I don't know, man. And I don't even think that he's necessarily evil. I'm just getting an arcane nuclear bomb. Maybe not even a nuclear bomb. I don't think it's gonna blow up all of Vasselheim. He's just like taking out their food source, I think. I think this is a smuggling operation, though. I think this is an act against Vasselheim, is what I will say. I'm not even going to make a moral, I'm not going to make a moral evaluation, because I don't know. Vasselheim has always given off kind of weird vibes, and you're just trying to go saying it's a little neurodivergent. No! I'm judging because he's giving them a box of black powder and asking them to bury it somewhere on the material plane. That for some reason he hasn't been able to do yet. Seems... And he's been dodgy about his past. I have a feeling, this is my theory, is that him and his wife were possibly slaves, and or maybe not necessarily slaves, but were sold off by one of the by one of the Vasselheim organizations. You know, one of the, maybe they were even like followers of a god because they're tieflings, right? We also don't even know how old he is. He might be quasi immortal. And maybe this was like way back in the day in Vasselheim, back maybe before slavery was illegal. And or back when whatever demonic blood gave him, birthed him as a tiefling, maybe that deity was still part of the pantheon back then. And so when that god got kicked out of the pantheon, maybe in the Second War of Divergence, he got sold into slavery. All of the maybe that's why he's on the elemental plane of fire. Senokir's not a tiefling. Right, he's a fire genasi. The other guy's tiefling. Senokir's a fire genasi. I know that. I wrote that down. So I think it's his friend was a tiefling. You're right. Right. I don't know. Oh, my program's yelling at me. No ads. We're pushing through. We're almost done. It's full of DDT, pesticides, and poison fertilizer. That's kind of, yeah, maybe. Yeah. It is odd to give your wife's ashes to total strangers to bury. Exactly. That's where I'm like, a box of black powder. We haven't seen the powder. I mean, unless fire genasi ashes are a different color. I'm assuming they're black. Because ashes are like, well, black, gray, same shit. You wouldn't have been judging if he acted normal. Crazy Smith. I know this isn't your first stream here. Do not try to say that I'm acting any different. I've been like this since day one. Do not try and say that shit about me. You can say it about other people. I've been like this. I have not switched. I don't know. I was full on Kima. Human ashes are light gray to white? They're white? I thought ashes were black for some reason. Black powder, you're assuming is gunpowder. Interesting. I definitely thought that ashes were black. Haven't seen any. Fuck the birth heart, whatever this is. The epi is the first time we hear that term. Maybe or maybe not. We learn more about it later. Yeah. Maybe that's why he's a fire genasi. Okay. Vasselheim, cradle of civilization. My man Senokir is big, vague energy. Big, vague energy about his past. I think that he was a follower of one of the elemental-oriented gods when they got pushed out in either the First or Second War. He was either a follower or maybe a son, maybe a demigod, and he got downgraded when they all got pushed out into the elemental planes. Gets sold into slavery, breaks his way out eventually. And so he's got big beef with Vasselheim because he used to be maybe even like an exalted member of the clergy, a high bearer Vord type of position. But when they when they split off all of those from the Pantheon and said, no, those aren't gods anymore, him and his got kicked out of Vasselheim, got kicked out of the cradle of civilization. And so now he's got big beef, wants to blow up, poison, somehow disrupt the Abundant Terrace. And that's what whatever's in this box is not good for the Abundant Terrace. That's what I'm going to say. Whatever it ends up doing, summoning a monster, poisoning it, blowing up, I don't know. Or it's just his wife's ashes, maybe.
Yeah, I think we misjudged him.
It would be
no
to complete.
Can I roll an insight check?
Can I?
Yes,
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
Sure, go
It's
ahead.
not like it's going to help.
I mean, just to see.
Natural 20, yeah.
No, not a natural 20. Just that's like
This
the
is your
next.
night, Laura.
This is not my night.
Can I roll an insight check?
Sure.
I like them.
Sure.
Better be a 40 or higher.
18.
Yeah, Pike.
18. He's hard to read. Just by his nature, everything is kind of even keel and strange. Can't keep rolling insight until somebody gets a ridiculous
No,
number.
I can because it was a 4. So
Good, great.
It's the trouble with this one.
Is this the size of the ashes of the box? Or is it
It's
big?
more.
And that's why you don't let everyone at your table roll individual mental checks. Exactly, Matt. Because if you just let all 6 of them roll insight, eventually someone's going to get a crazy number.
I'd say it's about
Same page.
8 inches by 8 inches
Okay.
and about
All
4
right.
inches
Yeah, that's
high.
right. Matt, I just rolled a 4 inside check as well.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
You're all very confused.
Well, I appreciate both meeting you all.
Where exactly would you like us to put these?
We should write this time. Under the.
The birth heart, just bury it where the nature's roots touches the soil. She liked that.
Where the nature? What? Bury it where the nature's roots touch the soil. The nature? What nature? What are we talking about? How long ago? Is it going to be like 10,000 years?
how many? I do hate to pry, but how long ago did your wife pass?
This would have been 4 years.
All right. Well. That seems to have thrown some of my theorizing out the window. Unless he's lying, I don't think so though. I don't think any of this is lies. She died 4 years, 2 months, although he seems a little obsessed. Or he just counts, which is a thing. He just knows the exact numbers. That's possible. 4 years, 2 months, 6 days. Okay. 4 years. There's nothing substantial about 4 years, is there? There's nothing that happened 4 years ago. I truly don't think there is. I don't think there is that. No. How long ago did Allura lock up Thordak? His wife is Thordak. No. How long ago did Allura lock up Thordak again? I don't have everything totally transferred to World Anvil yet, so I gotta go back in here. 15 years ago. I don't know that they specified. They said 15 years ago was when he was spotted in Viscan. But I don't know that they specified when Allura and all them locked him up. And I know that before that, when Devosa repelled him, was 4 centuries. 15 years? 15 years since Viscan. But we don't know how immediately it was between him reappearing, I guess we should say, in Viscan and Allura and them sealing him in the elemental plane of fire. I think the time gap between those two things, at least, is not in my notes from what I saw. Because it was at least a little bit of time. Because he's spotted 15 years ago, pillaging up in the Stormcrest. Allura and Drake attempted to hunt him down, but were thwarted. Then they made the Soul Anchor. Then they sealed him in. Because I don't know when 5 years is an actual number. The nerdiest thing I wish CR Wiki had was, as best we could, an actual in-world dates the episode covers. It would be nice. That would be cool. Yeah. 15 years ago was the ceiling? No. The date that I have written down was 15 years ago, rediscovered having been ruling Viscan. And that's an early note. I could be wrong. I mean, they obviously could have done it in the same year. It's super possible. But I don't see any details on the time gap between him being discovered ruling Viscan and them sealing him. It could have been the same year. We don't know. I would only assume it was not too far after Thordak killed Vex and Vax's mother and by Rodin. Yeah. Does CR have a lore keeper at this point? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's also like, this is a big reach. I was even starting to say, like, 4 years is not a time span that I recognize. In terms of, like, there's a couple of time spans that I have in my head. The main one is 4 centuries. 4 centuries has been repeatedly mentioned in different contexts. So that's the big one that I have in my brain is 4 centuries, which is this one right here. Lorded over Marquette, repulsed 400 years ago. But I don't know. I don't think there's anything substantial with 4 years. Although, was there something in Ankarel that was like 4 years ago? I don't think there was. Yeah. Allura said it took a few months to make the anchor. I guess my point is that I don't know how soon, because like he was discovered ruling Viscan, right? But my assumption was not that they immediately went after him in Viscan, right? We don't know the break between him being in Viscan and then going and starting to pillage the mountains. That could have been years in between. How long he pillaged the mountains before Allura and Drake went out there to go and check on him. Because like there are dragons around, you know. Vorugal was known to be in the northern wastes. So we don't know how long he was like pillaging the mountains. And then it took them a certain amount of time to make the soul anchor, you know, probably a few months. Yeah, like you said. I think you're right. Yeah, a few months. And then, I mean, it's probably not. My only thought is that he might have been in Viscan and not pillaging the mountains for like 10 years, for like a decade. And then he eventually got bored of Viscan and went to go pillage the mountains. That's my only thought about how there could be a pretty large time gap. Viscan 50? No. Viscan is 15. That is the only note that I have from episode 40. Episode 40's where we get info. He was repulsed 400 and then 15 years ago rediscovered having been ruling Viscan. So we don't know how long he was ruling Viscan, period. He was discovered ruling Viscan 15 years ago. And then it says began pillaging. I mean, my notes. But I don't know that we actually know. Yeah. Yeah, and then Raishan did find him at some point. Between the 4 centuries and the 15 years. Yeah. Or she didn't. Again, that's my point, is like, again, we do not have date confirmations from Allura on when they actually started to give a shit about Thordak. So Raishan could have found Thordak on Viscan 15 years back. You know what I'm saying? Because my current theory is that Thordak was dead for that length of time, for that 385 years. The only thing we have from Allura is how long it took them to make the gem heart. Unless there's something that I didn't write down. That's the only possible thing there. I think CR at this point is just a checking account and an LLC on paper. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Anyways.
4 months. 6 days.
Why is it important to bury it there?
It's where she grew up as a girl.
You have our condolences.
And a promise, it will be done.
Good.
Family and history are important.
Indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let us be off.
Yes, we'll just
And
be
if
gone
you
then.
ever find yourself in the material plane and need a tour guide,
Hey, Senokir, do you have any fire potions?
Hold on, I'm conversing. What were you saying?
just you know where to find us. I gave you that bracelet, so
Yes, indeed.
You'll most likely be hearing from us as well.
Thank
Wait.
you.
You don't want to take the bracelet back?
Percy,
Yes. He does quite good work.
do you need a commission?
I may have a thing. I'm giving it some time. We'll see how things
Fine.
go.
It was just yesterday, or 2 days ago at the most, that you said you needed.
I'm working on a commission. It's going to be lovely. It's just going to be a surprise.
Not anymore, you're saying in front of all of us.
Are you really going to make... All right, fine. Well, we're about to... In theory, if we survive this, we're going to have killed 5 dragons.
50-50 chance we're dead tomorrow.
So...
50-50.
What a lovely thing it would be to have something built
7?
from the scales of 5 dragons. We would be the only people on the plane to be adorned with the scales of 5 dragons.
Are you talking about fingerless gloves made of dragon scales?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm... And Ray-Bans.
That'd be pretty cool.
I think if we survive this, I think we all
Just beat it,
should be
starts
given
Some cool
something
something
beautiful.
Some emblem.
Also, perhaps in the Castle with a few of them as well.
This is a good place to start. I mean, this is above average.
I love his work.
It's a whole other dimension.
I love his work.
Yeah.
So we'll be in touch.
Very good.
we have your card. We're good. Yeah, we know.
All right. Well, I'll be here.
Oh, what was your wife's name? Do you want us to
Yeah.
put a marker there or anything like that?
Zafin.
Zafin?
Got it.
You know, as one last thank you to him, since I'm still invisible, I make moose antlers behind my sister's head and go.
That's what I wanted to One last laugh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senokir.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Senokir.
Turns around. and goes back to his paper.
Wait, Senokir, before you do that, is it safe for us to, teleport out of here? You won't
Just
mind?
going through his papers, not paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah, just do it.
Right.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, where you guys going?
Fort Daxio? Yeah. Y'all join hands.
Okay.
For
Take
Dexio.
Oh yeah, the kids. Wait, do we have
Kids
enough?
join
Oh,
hands.
I'm trying to get back in my necklace so that we have
It's
enough.
one big fatty spell.
9? Okay.
Yeah, her and 8 other people.
Me and 8. So let's
Perfect.
go. Pew 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 pew.
All right.
Pew 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 pew.
Alrighty. You all concentrate, focus yourselves, clap your hands together, concentrating on the prime material plane, Keyleth, with the memory of Fort Daxia before you. You grab out your tuning fork component, your focus that you use for the spells, to consider the plane. You find yourself suddenly shift once more, the air almost escaping your lungs as that cold sensation grasps your torso, and you feel like you're being thrust through a doorway. Suddenly, it comes back and the warmth hits you once again in the sunlight. You open your eyes, and you're standing in the Offenden Pass once more. Though, not as you left it.
Oh no.
There are billowing clouds of black in the air around you. You hear the shouts in the distance as the fort itself is currently under siege. You see what appears to be dozens of flying creatures currently swooping in and attacking. Most of the landscape here has been recently charred or burned. The bits of scrubland that you see have been burnt to small ashy cinders. Fort Daxio is in the process of falling. And
But
that's
not
where
all
we're
the
going to go
way.
ahead and pick up.
Consequences.
I don't see any.
Every minute
I don't see any in
counted.
this lesson.
Every
Look. Matt punishing the players for sideways. Look, the only thing I'll say to this is they didn't look that surprised. And I think it is possible that they, and I'm trying to give some benefit of the doubt that possibly I've been overblowing how much they were going to the fireplane just for Ashley. Like, I think it's possible that they maybe talked off table and Matt was like, hey, like, I'm gonna be like tracking time. There's like consequences to leaving, because Sam immediately said consequences. And like I said, none of them seemed that surprised. So I think it's possible that they maybe didn't all like shake hands and agree as much as I thought they did about going to the fireplane for Ashley. They just chose to do that. And when they were leaving, I kept saying, man, what a bad time to leave. And then I think that there is, I don't know. It's just the Ashley of it all that's tough, man. If Ashley was not involved, if her being there, if it didn't feel like that played a role in them going to the fire plane, I would say this is perfect, personally. I would say this is exactly what should happen. They knew how close everything was to happening, and they chose to leave Fort Daxio and to go to the fireplane for this vestige. They wanted the extra power, and there's a consequence for doing that post-killing Vorugal. But it's just the Ashley of it all, man. I don't know. I can't remember. Did they long rest? They did. They long rested in the fireplane. Counterpoint, it looks like Sam is specifically referencing the earlier episode, Consequences and Cows. Yeah. I mean, Sam and Laura both go Consequences, and then I think that like triggers the memory of Consequences and Cows. But regardless, like I said, if they had just made this decision, and I did not think there were any exterior motivators for said decision, I would be 100% on board with this. 100%. I just feel a little awkward about it, given that I don't truly believe. And I'm assuming I am I'm just assuming things, I'm speculating here about how much or how little Ashley influenced the decisions. Not her specifically, like, as a person, but her presence influenced the decisions. But to me, it seemed substantial. But that's speculation. So it just feels like a little bit icky because of that. I don't know. Yes, they had to attack the Pizzy Fiend. So if the task is only taking a day, then Daxio is fine, but a long rest means they arrive right at the attack. Seems like. Yeah. I mean, to hear Vox Machina tell it, Thordak wanted to attack them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was their entire mindset, and their entire plan is, we are going to be bait. Thordak wants to come after us, so we're baiting him to Fort Daxio. And they had no reason to, like, think about what was happening in terms of, like, the timeline. They had no reason to think about when exactly Thordak was going to come to them. So I'd say it's pretty reasonable for this, especially if he has anyone tracking them. Like, if Raishan is tracking them and possibly informing on their position or anything even similar. We already know that Thordak has been setting up a network of spies. Allura told us in a previous episode. It's very possible that there is a Thordak informant in Fort Daxio. Super possible. So, especially given that it's a fort ostensibly of military might that has existed so close to Amon for this long, for it to still be standing, I would think that there was some sort of informant in there. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I mean, I'm down with it. It just I don't know. The meta factor feels weird to me, but I might be overvaluing it. Yeah. And they brought 2 kids into an active war zone. Yeah. Yeah. Not sure when Ashley could stay. I think the fort would have been attacked even if they had stayed at the fort. Possible. I truly don't know that. I truly don't know that. But I like it as a consequence for them leaving. I really like it. Especially, I mean, I think there's a distinct possibility that the only reason it was attacked is because they weren't there. You know, if Thordak got wind of their plan to try to bait him to Fort Daxio, and then he gets secondary word that they've just left, Makes perfect sense to raise it to the ground while they're gone, so that they're not there to defend it. So I think it's possible that it wouldn't have gotten attacked if they'd actually stayed there, but because they were gone, Thordak took his moment to strike and tear down all of their defenses. You know what I'm saying? Story-wise, I think it's great that Fort Daxia was being attacked while they're away. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's tough. I want to give this just unabashed, like, compliments, because it's the exact sort of, like, consequence and timer stuff that I preach so much. It's just hard for me to do that with this one. But I think that should be the takeaway. I think that should be the takeaway, is that I like this. I do think it's a good idea, particularly because none of our home tables are going to be in the situation that I think they're in, right? So if we're actually just like taking away things for our table, what happened in the story is they were on this timer. Their plan was to bait Thordak to Fort Daxio. They left for a day, and they come back, and it's in the middle of being attacked. That seems super reasonable, and even good. Yeah, showing them their consequences. And I think we just kind of have to ignore any potential out-of-game motivations that they may or may not have had. Because I'll never know. So it's not useful to focus on it. And I shouldn't be. So yeah. That's it. That's the now we're in post-session cooldown. Matt ends the session there. Okay, post-session cooldown. Let's see.
Consequences.
I don't see any. I don't see any in this lesson.
Every minute
Consequences and cows.
Man, maybe we shouldn't have gone back to Senokir.
Things happening simultaneously.
Yeah.
How long were we gone? Do you have any
roughly a day.
How long was I
day and a
gone?
half.
How long was it out for, man?
Contact.
Actually, the full rest that you took to prepare for your encounter with the pit
That's the
fiends
best.
and the traveling to and from, probably close to 2 days. Anyway, we'll pick it up next week.
2 weeks from now.
2 weeks. Oh, 2 weeks. Yeah, that's right. 2 weeks from now, because Thanksgiving.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Happy Thanksgiving.
But congrats on getting all your known vestiges, guys.
Thankful for vestiges and thankful for being alive.
We have all the vestiges.
In make believe.
Was a good vestige.
Daxio really needed a restart anyway. We can our attack from somewhere else.
How many people did we gather?
I mean, you sent out and notified a number of individuals.
But it's only been a day and a half, so like nobody's gotten there yet.
I hope so. I hope we didn't put all of our eggs in one basket and then burn the
burn the basket.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're here to save your fort. We're gonna just step away for 2 days. Bye.
True Vox Machina.
You're gonna do great.
And Keyleth said it, man. Keyleth said it. It's like, when they were planning all this, she's like, I don't know if I want to put everyone there. And they're like, it'll be fine. She's like, I don't know if I want to put everyone there. And they're like, Keyleth, it will be fine. They won't be in danger. And then they left. Yup.
Thanks for coming. Bye. Bye.
Regardless, guys, great job tonight. We'll see you guys back here in a couple weeks. We'll be here, or some of us will be here next Tuesday for Talks Machina. This year on Twitch and Fa.
Playlist on Friday.
Yeah, playlist
yeah.
on Friday tomorrow.
And
Thank you.
Is the
Alright.
play is the next?
Whew, that's it. All right. We did it. Woo. I still have a headache, but that's fine. Oh, man. Interesting combat resolution. Good consequence. And hopefully, I will not get the feeling of that, of those meta factors anytime soon again. Hopefully, either they plan it out with Ashley a little bit better, a little bit more distinctly, or if it is unplanned, it doesn't. They don't divert the story to something that seems targeted at her. But who knows? Who knows? I am psyched to get back to the Thordak war. To the war. You made good time today. It's not even 23 here. I know. It was a short bit that we had to watch. It was a shorter segment, and we were watching it on much higher speed. But anyways, I don't think I'm going to do much of an outro because I do feel not the best up here. But thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for having nice little chats with me about it. It was an interesting episode. And even though I'm happy to get back to the meat and potatoes, it was an interesting little diversion and gave me my third favorite map. I can't complain too hard. So, with that, I will see you all later. Maybe Split Fiction soon. Maybe not. Maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. I don't know. I have to possibly film something when we would stream Split Fiction. So I may or may not do Split Fiction because the filming takes precedence. So, anyways, Bird can tell that I'm getting off. I'll see you all later. Goodbye.